Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Brandy, yes, it's in YouTube. Oh my God, Brandy, stop. Yes. I'm sorry, sister. Lady Che is like one of her whole conversation with me while I'm trying to get the stove started. Thank you for joining us, Sister Jedi. Yeah, so sorry, we're having technical difficulties, so bear with us, Black family. But thank y'all for tuning into this episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Kruma.
Get ready to come in here. Get ready to come in here.
I can't do that until after I do the introduction, Lady Chan. Please.
Just get ready to come in here, because I'm not playing with
you. Okay, I heard you, Lady Chan. We have a guest, so please stop. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of Frontline Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Kruma. I'm joined with the other host, Lady Che. We'll be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, who is currently in the lanes. And we have a guest, Sister Jedi.
Which one, Jesse? The Paris Sean or the Jesse Paris?
For what?
For the Q in the YouTube.
Ask me that in the private chat, Lady Che. Why are you asking me that live on the air?
Because I don't care, and I'm trying to get it done. What is it?
It's just very dysfunctional.
Which one is it?
Type it in the private chat.
No, which one is it?
Oh, God. Type it in the private chat. I'm sorry, sister.
Shalom, y'all.
Welcome, sister. Sorry, just a few moments, and we'll be right with you. Thank you for coming on Frontline Blacc News. Just a few seconds. We're just gonna try to set up this one little cue for the remaining part of our show. Thank you for coming on.
All right, so thank y'all for tuning into season 3, episode 50, part 2 of the Frontline Blacc News. We'll be discussing several things. The first thing we're going to be discussing is bringing awareness to Brother Zakkiy Lucus, criminal case in Boulder, Colorado, from his mother, Sista Jedi. He was the only Black person involved in the shooting over a year ago. And then we got Tangibles 2024 to Tangibles 2100. Then we got Biden administration permits 30,000 migrants from 4 countries monthly into the United States. Then we got Biden-Harris administration appoints director of Black media to enhance outreach to Black voters. Then we got Black Chicagoans say no to the Democratic National Convention because of the migrant crisis. Then we got spring surge of migrants begins at the southern border. More illegal migrants are heading toward Chicago and Denver. Ron DeSantis, otherwise known as Ron the Panties, deploys soldiers to South Florida to prep for Haitian migrants. Don Lemon reveals CNN partnership with Elon Musk, canceled following interview. Then we got Jalon Hall, or Jalon accuses Google of racial and disability bias, despite diversity portrayal. And if we have time, Jacksonville radio hosts fired after creating and sharing AI-generated photo of Trump with Black voters. So those are the topics for tonight.
I think I got it. Never mind.
Okay.
And we start with tangibles first. Saturday.
No, starting with the sister first.
Right.
Lady K, stop.
I'm sorry, for 3 years we've been starting out every Saturday. Roll the beautiful people back for tangibles, and then we offer a guest.
Lady K,
however long, but for all of a sudden now it's a situation.
For the record, I'm here for the long haul.
The routine. He's breaking up the routine. I apologize. Carry on, sister. Go ahead.
I'm going to be respectful of the time, Lady K.
Go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
Going first.
Go ahead. I apologize. We're just on a routine. He's just changing up the routine after 3 years. Like, bizarre. Carry on, sister. Go ahead. Tell us a little bit about your case. I heard a little bit about it 2 weeks ago. You were on a live. He was here, and I was listening to it in the back. So go ahead and enlighten the viewers about your case. It seemed pretty heavy. I heard about it about 2 weeks ago on a live that he was listening to here in the house. So go ahead. Apologize. Welcome. What is your name?
Word. Shalom. I'm Jedi. More formally Empress Jedi, the rabble rouser. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate you guys giving me this opportunity to shed a little light on the situation. Shalom and blessings. If anybody's fasting, I know there's a lot of fasting going on, Ramadan, thing like that. I just wish you all a blessed fast as to any of the ears listening. So shalom for that. But yeah, my son, oh man, listen, I wish that his case was really unique, right? Yeah. But the truth is not. They doing the same kind of stuff to people somewhere right now, what they did to my son. But he's my son, right? And although I am known to speak out for injustice anywhere, I don't play that. I'm not for oppression and all that there. That I'm fooled around and mess with my baby.
Right.
So I'm pitching a fit. So this is what happened. Now, granted, I wasn't there, okay? I was a couple thousand miles away here in PA. But I done seen me some video footage that I done talked to some people, okay? So I'm going to give you the gist of the story that I have gotten from talking to my son, from the footage I've seen, rumor, word, the buzz, what have you, okay?
Okay, because I have pulled up some footage. I wasn't sure if this was the exact same footage, so maybe you can let us know if this is the correct.
You got that little news footage where you see him fire the thing?
Yes.
The news footage, is that what you grabbed? Yeah.
Correct.
So that's one piece of footage. The other piece mysteriously disappeared. The first one that I saw, right? What the homies had sent me when it had happened, okay? Which you see more of my son back away, and you see his friend behind him, and he's telling the friend, run, man, run, go, go. And they're backing away, and you see that they're being pursued, and you hearing gunfire, right?
Yep.
So, but I know in the news footage it's been clipped down to just where you see my son pow pow, right? But you don't make that whole bit where he's running and they're pow pow.
Yeah.
On news footage, right? But either way, right?
They clip it for their benefit, right? They clipped it for their benefit. I understand.
Right. So what had happened was pretty much there was some guys that had been more or less harassing my son and group of friends, but harassing in that, you know, everybody's young and likes to fight and get on each other's nerves, and they like the bar fight. You know, he's into the bar fight up there with the Boulder college kids. You know, that's what you do in college when you're, you know, or even if you're not in college. My son didn't attend the college, but he's college age. He's hanging around.
It's funny you bring that up because about 10 years ago, I actually lived in Boulder, and I was a college student. I actually was finishing up my last semester of college at Metro, and then I had to move up to Boulder with a Jewish family that I had befriended while I was in class. The long story short, I ended up moving onto the hill where this in the vicinity of where this happened. And it's wild. There's always parties over there. I remember living in a frat house, and all the crackers in the house had introduced themselves to me. And they all, there was one in particular that they were like, they kind of warned me about. They're like, yeah, he's a real racist. He had a black roommate or whatever. They just beat him up. So yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the what goes on in Boulder in regards to people.
I too, however, I just knew that Boulder is not for black folk, so I just stayed down here in the city. It was made very clear to me that there was hardly any black folk up in Boulder. There was none but yuppie whites and Asians up there, and wealthy Hispanics, and that they was not hip to black folk, and they didn't want black folk up there. They made it difficult. It's kind of like a sundown area. From what I was told, I myself only passed through there during hours of operation. You know what I mean? But I just was familiar that not to go up there because I couldn't. There was not gonna be no money up there for black folk unless they tokenizing it. So that's my understanding. I never had the privilege of spending any real time up there because I couldn't afford it. You know, and then I didn't have the bread to go up there. So, but carry on, sister. More.
Yeah, so we lived up there. We lived in Louisville. We stayed in Boulder for about a month, and then we actually lived in Louisville for a couple of years, right? Which is why my son has associations, right? So he was in high school. We were living in
Did he go to Centaurus? Did he go to Centaurus?
Monarch.
Oh, Lama.
Monarch.
Monarch High School.
Yeah, and then he ended up going to this alternative school, Justice, for a little while. But that's how he built associations, friends, and of course it was high school age, so he's coming of age. So those are like his young grown-up friends, right? So although we moved away and had gone to Belize for several years, when we come back to PA and dealing with the drama that we're dealing with in PA, my son had hurt himself and had to leave work, and then just in being out of work, he's like, well, let me just go and check out Boulder for a little bit, check out the homies, right?
Yeah.
So he goes on out to Boulder to be with the homies. Well, of course, he gets out there, and y'all know the deal. He can't find no job because, okay, nobody's hiring you. We know the we're hiring sign's been in the door for 3 months, but we're not hiring you, okay? We're hiring, but not you. Now you're kind, right? So he's doing that, what have you. So make a long story short, he gets.
Continue, sister. Sorry. I was just
our business.
Make a long story short, he just kind of was like there in Boulder trying to figure out whether he was going to come back home or really trying to find a job, nothing going on. So y'all know what that means. He's bored. So where's he hanging out? Where the people his age are, up there by the college.
Yep.
Right? And y'all, you two just described the racial dynamic. Ain't no whole lot of cats like him around up there, right? For the record, my son is a real cool, down to earth, sweet kid. He's the young 20s guy that you want your little kids to hang out with and look up to. Okay, this is just the truth of the matter. He's very respectful. He's very loving. Now that ain't to say he don't have a hot tongue like his mama, and he got hands too, and he ain't scared to throw them like his mama. Okay, but he's not the dude that's going to start no nonsense. Okay. And he's not even the dude that's going to push if you start some nonsense. 9 times out of 10, he's going to try to let it go before it's going to be any drama. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, lo and behold, him and his group of friends got some beef with some other groups of some other friends, what have you. So every now and then, different, versions of whichever groups might get into a scuffle here, scuffle there, right? This is going on. Well, these dudes start escalating the things to where at one point they had encountered one of my son's friends alone, and they like beat the guy down. Like my son just happened to come down the street, sees them like stomping the friends type of thing, right? Like just taking this whole thing to a next level. And so one of the group of friends had a license gun that they were given as a gift from their grandfather, literally a grandfather gun, right? And so I guess they took to carrying it just in case, because these guys are known to like you're dealing with some dangerous dudes. Y'all think this is a game, but these dudes ain't playing. You know what I'm saying?
These are white.
So my son and friend are chilling somewhere up there on hill somewheres, and these dudes roll up, jump out the car, and start firing. Okay. So my son grabs the firearm. The friend and him are fleeing the scene, right? And as they're fleeing, these cats are still chasing them, okay? And there is gunfire. So my son is taking active gunfire as he's backing away and telling the friend, run. So my son has a gun, he fires 2 warning shots. Now, mind you, this is an AK. Now, an AK is capable of firing 10 rounds per second, okay? 10 rounds per second. Mind you, it's licensed. It's a licensed legal firearm. This kid is the owner, the kid that's with my son. Okay. So he literally, you can put him on different settings. So the gun is set to single shots. So he literally fires 2 rounds. Pop, 2 rounds, okay? As warning shots, as he's actively leaving, like running away, right? Backing away. Right. So he, out of instinct, says he turns and a few bullets whiz by from the other direction, from behind him. Here is the police shooting at him from behind him. So they caught him in the arm, hands up, drop the gun, whatever, puts the gun down. He's like, yo, I'm just trying to get the hell out of here alive, basically, right? I don't want no smoke. Well, of course, they take him to the hospital. Now, here's where the bull crap starts, okay? Well, I mean, clearly it has started when they rolled up on my son and start shooting from behind and not saying nothing. But then he gets to the hospital. So my son calls me from the hospital, and he's like, Mom, I got shot by the police, right? Now, I'm like, what had happened, And he's like, he's like,
about it,
Right, so he's like, I was at the wrong place when some crazy stuff popped off. The cops showed up. I'm the one that ended up getting shot. He's like, it's not gonna be nothing. It's not gonna be nothing. I didn't do nothing wrong. It was a legal gun. It's not nothing crazy. I know that sounds crazy. I got shot by a cop, but it's really nothing. So the nurse, while he's in the hospital, y'all, this is how you already know where the hell this whole situation is going. The nurse says to him, the police didn't shoot you. Don't tell her that. You don't know who shot you. How in the hell would you know, girl?
Right.
How would you know? You've been here working. Was you there? So my son says to her, he says, I know who shot me, ma'am. Like, I know who shot me. you know who shot. I was there. She says, you stop saying that. You quit saying that. Don't you say that. That's not true. You don't know who shot you. This is me on the phone. I'm listening to this conversation. So I say to her, he's grown and he was there. He knows who shot him. Please be quiet and allow my son to tell me what's going on.
Right.
All right. So fast forward, they take him to the jail, right? They book him for the charges. You saw the list of charges, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They book him on attempted first-degree murder, reckless or disregard for human life with all this crazy
disorderly conduct, murder, extreme indifference, transport only, obstructing governmental operations, riots in detention facilities.
The book. That's fucking crazy.
Okay. So now the community, I told you, my son is a lovable dude. My son's a lovable, great guy, right? So the community was like, what's up with this? Is y'all gonna, it's weeks before they even looked for anybody else. Okay, they didn't even like look for nobody. Like, we got
because they kept saying they got one. They kept saying on the news that they had found one suspect and they were looking for the other suspect. So
they arrested this cat that, according to my son, everybody knows had nothing to do with it. Okay. My son's like, it was the wrong guy. They knew this was not the guy. You know. So they arrest some random because, you know, cops don't know how to actually investigate crime or nothing like that. They only know how to fabricate crime to fit whatever narrative it is they're trying to spin. Okay. Mm-hmm. So since we don't know how to investigate crime, we're just going to fabricate and figure it out along the way. So they hold this guy that apparently everybody knew wasn't a part of it for like a year, right? They don't really do no more investigation. And for the last year and change have just been basically telling my son that he better take a plea deal for, 16 years, because if not, the facts of the case don't matter. All that matters is the fact that you're Black. This is all the jury's going to see. This is all that matters in the courtroom. You're Black. You had a gun up on the hill. You fired a gun up on the hill. You're definitely going to do 30 to 40 years. So there he sits. There he sits, refusing to take the plea. Well, let me tell you how it got, y'all. Since we talking, I'm going to put the whole story out there, okay? So he had this public defender in the beginning. He had this public defender who, rumor has it, was offered twice her salary for the year if she could get him to take a plea. So this hussy comes to the jailhouse, literally boohoo crying, snot and tears, begging my son to take a plea deal that was like agreeing to something like 20 years or something crazy like this. Okay. Because you don't understand what I've done to try to get this. You're gonna fry. You're gonna be an old man when you get out of prison. This is his lawyer. He's like, but you already know you've seen the footage. You know what is what. Like nobody else was hurt with that. He's like, I was not the aggressor. I was trying to get away. I'm the victim of the crime. Of course, her whole sob story crying. Oh, and none of that matters, Zakkiy. This is Boulder. None of that matters. Okay. All right, whatever. So he petitions the judge for new counsel because he's like, I need somebody representing me that actually believes in the case, that actually believes in my actual apparent innocence. Well, it's supposed to be, because when it all jumped off, it was supposed to be closed court hearings. Everything was supposed to be closed to the public, right? Well, mysteriously, the transcripts of the hearing where he petitioned for new counsel got leaked to the paper, to whatever Boulder paper. And the judge denied him new counsel because, in his opinion, it was her job to be realistic to him. It's her job to be realistic. No, you don't get new counsel. Well, lo and behold,
is that even legal?
She quit.
No.
It's not legal, right, to deny him counsel? You can have counsel with anybody.
They denied him new counsel.
They denied him a new counsel. So he wanted to get rid of the public pretender that they appointed him and it said no.
How is that legal? You can still do that. You're supposed to be able to do that. If that public defender, I understand how they didn't let him do it. I'm just saying that they're not supposed to not let him do it. If say, oh boy didn't speak up, or the counsel didn't speak up to defend him, right? He has a right to switch out counsels, and especially if a trial hasn't even started yet. If it's a preliminary,
so
his rights away right there, right? They denied him his a due process, right?
Right. Exactly. They told him no, sent him back to the prison. Okay. And then the next thing we heard, the hubby done quit anyway. Because she had a conflict of interest.
Oh my
then
God.
He sat over there for who knows how long without anybody because nobody wanted to touch it because it's politics now, right?
Right.
So for the long time, he ain't have nobody. Now, mind you, his bail is, oh gosh, I think it's it's $200,000 cash or something like that, right?
This is in the 20th judicial.
This is the first time too, right?
Right, yeah, no criminal record, no nothing. You know, a couple of skirmishes.
This gonna make right here.
Let's talk about the couple of skirmishes. Let's talk about the couple of skirmishes, okay? So this did this. So he got into a bar fight because I told y'all that's what him and his friends are into. They like to scrap and stuff. So whatever. So he got into a bar fight one night, and everybody in the bar got a ticket. Okay, it was one of them. Everybody in the bar dang near then went home and had to pay a fine. Stop it, y'all. Right. So then a few weeks later, another bar fight breaks out, but my son's not there. So listen to what these good old boys did. They copied and pasted information from the citation when he was there onto a new citation to include him on the bar fight that he wasn't even at. Literally copy pasted shit from one report to the next. The whole bar was like, he wasn't even here.
Wow, they do black people dirty.
What the hell? Right? This is the type of stuff. So they did. I have to be real here. They did eventually drop that because he made a stink. I told him, I said, you make a stink about that. That's some BS, right? Like if you literally are looking at copied and pasted language, everything like do. So they did just before this whole drama happened with the shooting. They had just thrown away that ticket, right? That citation. Like, oh, our bad. Sorry, sorry you caught us, right?
That sounds like Boulder.
It's mind blowing. So now we fast forward to he's sitting in jail. He ain't got no lawyer. Nobody wants to touch it. None of the public defenders want to touch it. So then the state has to go look at private lawyers. Somebody, can we please pay somebody 5 cents to take this case? So he gets this lady that he has now. And I mean, I'm not going to speak on her performance. Here's what I know. She's a member of the bar, which means her first client is the court, not my son. My son is secondary, okay? I don't know a lot of law, but I know enough law to know that there are some things that she could have put in motion to lessen his charges that have just simply not happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying she's not trying to work on the case, but from where I'm sitting, it looks to me like the longer she can have him sit there, the easier it is for her eventually to, well, he's been here for 2.5 years. Yeah, let's call it quits, right? So she ain't in no hurry, right? Now, I don't get the feeling the lady wants to see him go up the river, right? And I do feel like she would be competent in trial because she does believe that the case, like she has said to me out of her own mouth, like, no, this is a case, it's a winnable case, She's like, it's not a sure win because, he is Black and it is Boulder. But if he wasn't Black and in Boulder, it would darn near be a sure win. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so I'm not trying to hate on her, nothing like that, right? But at the end of the day, he's still sitting there, and that happened in October, not of last year, but the year before. He's still sitting there.
In 2020.
The guy that they arrested, the fake guy that they arrested, that everybody knew wasn't part of the thing, went home a few weeks ago, y'all, with all charges dropped.
What?
Now,
That's what I heard live. That's what I heard the live. Yeah. When you were upset about that. Yes. Now I remember.
I was hot. You hear me? I was hot.
I was in the. He was watching it on the tablet. I'm really sick all the time, so I was in the bag and he was watching on the tablet. I was like, "It's really going off." Now I remember exactly how you were going off. Yeah.
But dig it though. Let me point something out to y'all. So it became apparent at a point that they had absolutely no case, right? So what they then mysteriously about more like 5 months ago, mysteriously, all of a sudden, because this whole idea that he had, wrote no regard for human life, that he was, these are all things to say you're aggressive or going after someone, right? And since the video footage, you clearly see him backing away. He's shooting, but he's trying to leave, right? Everybody's testimonies basically was like, them kids was scared as shit, was trying to get up out of there, and the other guys was chasing them. And it was guns, we don't know who was firing, everybody had guns, okay?
Yeah.
So they didn't have any case at all for none of that. So then mysteriously about 5 months ago, they have located a witness that is willing to testify that my son left the active shooting scene, went to the car, opened the trunk of the car, retrieved a firearm, and then came back to the shooting scene to shoot.
So how is that? I got my way out. I'm not Hey, I have questions. I have 3 questions real quick. I have 3 questions just for context, only because I'm not sure. So when he came back from police and he wanted to hang out with the friends, are they all white friends? That's one question. 2, we don't have any real. We don't have any.
He really kicks it with the long kids. You know what I'm saying?
Or Hispanic.
So it's like kids, Hispanic kids. You know what I'm saying? But he's like he got plenty of white homies too. You know what I'm saying? Like his friends are like as mixed as you can get.
Yeah, but no, he ain't hanging out with nobody like him. No brothers, no young brothers.
It ain't a whole lot of them out there.
Nope.
Okay.
It ain't a whole lot. You know what I'm saying?
That's just one. The second question is, we don't really have a lot of love for the NAACP, but have you? I mean, either answer is good. Had you talked to the NAACP when the case first started, and what were their answers? We don't have any faith in them, but we just want to know.
Yeah, shout out to Brother Darren, who's the head of the NAACP, Darren O'Connor. Shout out to him. He's been fighting hard for my son. Darren's been fighting hard for him.
Because we know some of them down here in Denver.
I know Darren.
Straight to be.
Yeah, I know he is. Yes. Well, Jesse does. I know.
Darren's fighting hard. I mean, as an organization, we all know what they were. It's hit or miss. Yeah. But
I know Darren.
Yeah, he knows Darren. I just know through him, just the mate.
Yeah,
but he's actually got a relationship.
So shout out to NAACP, shout out to Darren, because at one point, he was really. If it weren't for him, I don't think the DA and them would even be discussing.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they threw this crazy bullshit ass 25 years deal on the table and was gonna let my son sit there and take it or leave it. You know what I'm saying? So Darren I think, was able to leverage. Push a little weight on them. Like, nah, man, you gotta look into this a little bit better. Yeah, because
kind of railroad, they're railroading him and putting all this extra weight on him when the facts don't match up. I mean, Boulder is known for having nothing but cameras and things like that. But they're selective. When you see black people out there, it's very rare. And if you already commit some sort of infraction, they're going to be taking a lot of targeting on you. You know what I mean? That's why when we go up there, we just try to stay on our P's and Q's because
I'll never live in Boulder.
I'm all the way over here where I'm at. Like, my son, he forgets that he's him. You're not your friend. They're not your peers. They're not even realistically your peers. When you're there amongst all the college guys and all the guys your age, They're not your peers. He forgets that part. So he thinks he can act like them and be like them and do like them. But brother, you really can't.
He's just a human being. That happens to all of us. You know what I mean? At some point, especially when you're young and you're ready before 2021.
Boulder is no place for a black man.
It's no place for a black man. But when you're, you can see how you forget your skin. You just out there. You know what I mean? But you forgot
I'm reminded of my skin.
I would never. I can't forget the skin.
Like I said, I lived in Boulder for almost a year, like all over Boulder. I'll never live there.
Yeah, like, come on, man. It's terrible. It's terrible. So, I don't know what they're doing, but I know they ain't doing enough. I know that he done sat long enough on this BS. It is clearly self-defense. It is clear, you know what I'm saying? No one was hurt but him. He the only nigga the only cat that got any damage. You know what I'm saying? And so then, of course, they're claiming, so their claim is that another thing besides the person who's quote unquote willing to testify, that everybody said, wait, time out. Let me go get my gun. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, shoot, right? Time's in. Apparently, this is what they are saying had happened. Exactly happened in an active shooting situation. After they got that guy to whoever that was, which I imagine is probably the cat they just sent home with all charges dropped, who wasn't there.
That's what I wanted to see, sister. I'm gonna put a video up so you can describe it for us, because that's what I was thinking too. I was like, this is not the dude. But they kept saying it was him, and I'm like, that's not him. Where is it? Oh, God.
We have a heavier show after this.
Suspects involved in an early morning
news,
on the Hill, a popular spot near the University of Colorado campus. Officers shot one of the suspects involved, but they are still looking for others that are on the run tonight.
I'm really thankful.
Investigation, and Jamie, I understand there's a video that's been circulating of this shooting. Well, Kelly, this happened really early this morning. Bars were letting out. You can imagine there were a ton of students out with cell phones able to capture the moment that this happened. Now, I spoke with several who witnessed what happened. None of them recognized the shooters as students. Investigators say at least 3 different guns were fired during the incident. And looking at the video, it's incredible that nobody was seriously injured.
Lady Che, put the copyright on because I can't see it.
I'm about to do it right now. Hold on a second.
Okay, so
I just gotta take the Front Line Blacc news part down so that I could see the program, the news, real quick.
So simple. On your screen, like, is that your son with the chopper right there?
I believe that's my son. I believe that's my son. Okay.
And he just let off that shot right there.
Right.
Go ahead, just start it again, baby, please. Right where it starts. Yeah. Thank you for doing the research.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay. So this is the video that they're saying is circulating. I see, and I see 2 other people running with him.
Yeah.
They look like they're Hispanic or something.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Like he was
so
in
listen to the other piece of nonsense. So then it's like, okay, clearly it's self-defense because he's being shot at, right? So the cops claim, because remember, the cops didn't shoot you, right? Well, of course they had their buddies, because y'all know in Boulder, like the accountability situation for police shootings is other cops didn't say whether or not it was okay. Okay, I don't know how that's supposed to work, but whatever other cops oversee that, we're like, well, even if it was the police that shot, it's fine because he posed to the public at the time and had no other choice but to run up and not say freeze, not say stop, not say drop the gun, but just shoot from behind. They already decided that, but they haven't admitted to shooting him. Okay, so listen to this catch-22. They're saying that he did not need to fire because he was not within range of being hit by the oncoming bullets from whoever was pursuing him. Well, if you believe that, then how can you not confirm that the police are the ones who shot him? Because if you're saying that it could have been the police or the shooter, then he had to be within range of the shooter.
Right.
If he was in range of the shooter, then it's clearly self-defense. So they have it in this, well, we can't confirm, so that neither scenario really applies. But in either case, like he didn't commit any crime. In either case, he's the victim of a shooting.
Sister Empress, have you been able to get a hold of it? Have you been able to get a hold of the discovery?
He has a copy of his discovery. Been able to, check it out and stuff. He's very familiar with it. He's like, Mom, everybody says a few drunks, like, well, I didn't sin, a few people they question. He's one person who was completely inebriated, apparently, only saw shootings, anything.
Oh shit! Her
back in.
She'll be back.
Jesse, can you put the other video back in the queue while we wait for the sister to pop back in?
Yeah, I can finish playing it.
Yeah, thank you for doing the research on that, because I sure did not know where to look. That is just while we wait for our guest to pop back in. That is a pretty heavy situation right there.
Yeah.
The video circulating among students and on social media. Shots are fired in Boulder's University neighborhood.
We heard just like pop, pop, pop.
Sorry about that. Thank you, sister. We glad to have you back. We're gonna run this video.
Sorry about
We're just
that.
waiting for you.
Yeah,
I'm really curious to know what the next moves after all this after the next little bit we talk. Really curious to know what the next moves are and how can we be of assistance to you, because we really don't like to see what's happening. I mean,
right.
Jesse brought this up when I was listening in the back, because I'm bedridden right now, but I was listening to when the man got off, and I was like, damn, this sounds horrendous. What would be the next steps? But we could ponder that, we'll brainstorm with you, see what we could do to help you, or help him. Help you, help him, help him, help you. You know what I mean?
It seems, just on the outside looking in, it seems he's on the right track with Darren.
Yeah, I agree. I know that there is I know that Darren and his legal team don't necessarily see eye to eye in terms of the way to. Darren's a little more aggressive than they'd like to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like my son's saying things like, "Well, the legal team feels like." Darren's a little hard on the DA, or this kind of language, right? Like, we don't want to be antagonistic, But I'm sorry, I need a bulldog.
If it was me, I want the aggression. I want somebody to be aggressive. I mean, this dedicated to what the white and I say so. Shit is never gonna be a rip. When you go in somewhere and you just in there, you telling them. You're not asking them. You're telling them. They have no understanding, because they're used to Black people's submission, to just saying okay and everyone with me, you know what I mean. And in this case, this is a young man's whole middle life and future in his hands, like 25, 30 years, and however young he is. What is he? 21, 22? He's a young man right now.
Yeah, he's 24.
24. You're taking away the possibility of him getting a good future with a job, providing for a family of his own, having having more than one seed to leave behind, growing a legacy, doing any positive works in the community. I mean, you're taking away a whole life.
Yeah.
And then by the time you want to give it back to him, you won't know how to allocate into our new ever-changing world. You know what I mean? So it would go
it's really sad.
Get this down the right path.
Yeah, it's so sad that they do this to so many people. You know what I'm saying? So in terms of next steps, what I would say, like, one thing to do is just build awareness, right? and
Okay.
get behind the NAACP so that these people that are making decisions about this case understand that the community supports the position of the NAACP, that it might be time to take a look at the facts of this case. He's been in there for a year, some change. Let that young man go to heck home. You know, ain't nobody saying they got to drop all the charges and, you know, okay, fine. You want to throw a little disorderly conduct and letting a fire off in public, you know, a firearm off in public. Okay,
Yeah,
take that. He's done a year and a half. Let that man go home, you know, because it's obvious. You see, even in the video footage, even the most inflammatory part, which is what they have all over the news, where you see him actually fire the gun, you see him retreating. He's clearly getting away. You know what I'm saying? Right. So this is not an aggressor. And here, I would like to say this, because maybe the cops will hear it, because this is a message from a mother to these officers. You're ungrateful. They're so ungrateful, because the firearm that my son had in his hands, the whole reason that they're illegal in a lot of places is because how difficult it is not to take out unnecessary life with those firearms. And the fact that my son was facing active gunfire from in front of him and behind him, and no one, he ain't shoot that button and lay everybody on their ass and put everybody 6 feet under, is a huge testament to his level of self-control and love for human life. So it's insult added to injury that they would say that he had a complete disregard for human life, when he is clearly the only person who was armed there that did have regard for human life.
Yeah, that looked like a lot of wild shooting going on right there, except for what, you know, to protect himself. I mean, that was like, what, 1 or 2 shots off, if that, right? That I just see that. There was a lot of shooting.
You know, they had the gun. The cops got the gun. Literally, 2 rounds were missing. 2. And that's another little sidebar. So at first, the cops didn't realize it was a legal gun, so they tried to play this game with him, like, when we find, if there's any bodies on that gun, we figure out whose gun it is. Blah 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 blah. Well, the person there who owned the gun came like, "Yo, y'all got my gun." What's up? You know what I mean? Like, it was legal. But here's another little caveat. Here's another little thing to keep in mind. The magazine, apparently they're in Boulder, I guess 2017 or something like that, the law changed regarding the magazines that you could have for those guns. So this kid got from his grandfather. He had it before the law minimized the number of rounds that the magazine. He doesn't have proof that his grandfather owned the gun before 2017, but not the magazine. So they're saying that because this magazine was one of the ones that now you can't buy, and there's no proof it was purchased beforehand, somehow that's on my son. On the gun, you're in a life or death situation. You're not going to check the magazine to make sure that the owner of the gun had the magazine in it.
Right.
But that's a really hot topic in Colorado right now, right? Which is one of the reasons that they're trying to make such an example of my son.
Yep. Yeah.
But I think that he actually is a poster child for the guns, because what my son proves is that you can have that kind of firearm in a life or death situation and not take any unnecessary life.
Correct. But they're trying to limit the amount of magazines, the size of the magazines, what you can carry in whatever location. Certain public buildings you can't bring guns in. I mean, if he was outside, coming outside of an establishment, I don't see why it would be an issue. But see, Black defense.
The name of the DA in Boulder that's hopping on that case.
I can't remember.
You know the name of him? The name of that DA. You can find out though, right?
Yeah, we can find out. I don't have.
Another reason I say that is because we sit with we sit on one of the civilian boards, advisory boards for our DA here in the city of Denver, and perhaps some sort of communication that will draw attention to that through the Denver courts, through the Denver DA. That's why I was asking if you happen to know that Because
I don't recall the DA's name. I have it somewhere
we just
written
they're
down
too
where
like
I have notes from when this all just started and stuff. But like off the top of my head, I don't even have the time to remember the name of his lawyer because to me, I'm not trying to be mean or anything like this, but I don't, like I said, they work for the court.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They work for the court.
That's the whole reason I bring it up.
Them people, they're not in my corner. They're not my ally. They're not going to ask me what you know what I'm saying? And I know that they're not
different. If something is addressed to help them, guide them in the right direction, they could probably work out something a lot different because they're in control and they're the ones that throwing out them ugly ass deals. So one day to another, they could probably talk to them and see what's happening. Because I stress this DA a lot about saying there's never any justice for Black people. There's never any cases getting done. There's never any problems being solved. I stress this lady out a lot, me personally, about how they want to go with all these things. And I'm like, well, you don't ever do the work and give the people, like the people, that live in the community, a win. Meaning we don't ever see justice for Black people. Mm-hmm. We see justice for everybody else and not even the police. So we need, the community needs like a boost of morale to know that there's justice when there's active terrorism against Black folk. You know what I mean? It's ladies help it. So I was kind of wondering about, maybe I could shoot this broad an email and see what.
Yeah, exactly. Like if
so the DA's name is Michael Doherty, and he's been in there since 2018.
That's it. Yep.
Okay, go ahead, carry on, baby.
So at the end of the day, right? This is happening. Like I said, it sounds terrible. Oh my God, I can't believe it. But this stuff is happening every day, all over the place, right? Mm-hmm. But what has to happen is like the communities. We got to stop. We simply have to stop voting for these cats that are, behaving this way. We got to stop accepting it. And any way that anybody can put like you said, any kind of weight and pressure on so that we actually start to see real justice, it only benefits everybody, because this might seem like a Black issue, but they're only using him. And this is something for the NRA. I hope you're listening, right? They're using my son, this injustice that they are committing upon my son, to really play with the rights of other people so they can start writing laws and more restriction. But it looks like it's only happening to a small group of people. But trust and believe that when they use that small group of people as the example and nobody else stands up, more and more people will become victim to this same kind of injustice.
Yeah.
Because you're giving people permission
to utilize your son in the wrong way if it was the NRA. Because if I was in the NRA, I would utilize your son in a whole different aspect than what is being done right now. Because you definitely don't want a criminal to represent your gun manufacturer.
Well, no, I'm just saying in terms of control, right? In terms of control, because there's this whole narrative that these guns should be outlawed because they're so dangerous. All you could do is kill lots of people. How could you not? Well, here's how you could not, right? You could be in a nice situation. Here's how you could not. You could have self-control. You could leave the scene. You can have the gun set so that it's not just plowing out 100 people in 30 seconds. Like clearly, a person with self-control and regard to human life can use this gun responsibly.
Right.
Clearly, because my 22-year-old son did.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's clear. He didn't have it set on, maximum velocity. He just one round. Shot off of that, right? Only two.
Here's the thing, sister. When the original Black Panther Party for self-defense set up the Black Panther Party in Oakland, California, they went ahead and created the Mulford Act, which is the start of the NRA. So we always got to keep that in mind when we're bringing up the.
Thank you, cuz. We see you.
The NRA.
That's what's up.
They don't want us to defend ourselves, sister. That's what it boils down to. And they needed to
No, they really don't.
put it on somebody, and your son was an easy mark for them to do it. And now we need to do everything in our power to make sure your son gets justice.
Yeah, because I think that too. I mean, he's been in there long enough. That's like time. That's like time served already for just even carrying a weapon that doesn't belong to him. That should be time served as it is.
Right.
And he's just in jail, right? He wasn't sentenced to prison, right? He's still in a trial period.
Still in jail.
Yeah, that's like time that's like time served, and he could just get a minor probation thing or something like that. It's a weapon that doesn't belong to him, right? Currently, he fired off a weapon that didn't belong to him.
Right.
The longest, right? In self-defense. So this is the way they're dragging it out. We've seen this happen to several other people we know.
Yep.
Similar situations, and it's usually a young man, a young brother, anywhere between 17. The last couple of people we've seen, not just between 17 and 25.
Yeah.
And in areas that they don't necessarily need to be in, because there's not a lot of other black children. There's young men. There's mostly Hispanic or white, until they get caught up in the wrong crowd and they end up doing something that they think they're on some protective mode, but it ends up backfiring. And we've seen this happen at least 4 or 5 times on our broadcast. That Jesse's had a chance to get him in for interview.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't agree with it. The NAACP, like, we know some of the folk here in Denver, and they, one connection leads to another.
Yeah. Well, we know the president. We basically know the presidents of the NAACP chapters here in Denver and Aurora.
Yeah, we have our minor disagreements, but at the end of the day, it's all for the greater good of what's best for what's best for Black people. So this right here, even though like for me, it's very clear. It's very much of an agenda for me. I feel like the only things is to apply pressure to help get the young man out. I mean, I hope, pray he learned his lesson. Don't want to go kick it with them people no more, and just come up.
I bet you he has.
Like him, you know what I mean?
I bet you he has. I bet you he's learned. That you certain places you just don't belong.
All that is the money grab.
Be a fly on the wall.
Right.
Right. They just numeric value. You don't care if he's reformed or not. They don't care. They just want a money. They want a numeric value or a monetary value to your son as an inmate. And all it is taking up space when he can be more productive, doing something better and adding to the community if he wanted to go that route. You know what I mean?
And here's a sad little caveat, little sidebar for the story, right? So one of his homies why he went back to Colorado. In fact, this young man, he actually spent time with us when we were in Belize. He lived in Belize with us for several months, right?
Was his name Gabriel? Was his name Gabriel?
No, Spencer.
Oh, okay.
Young man.
I got it. I got the back door. Go ahead. Carry on, Jesse.
So Spencer.
Okay, Spencer.
I'm sorry. So young Spencer, one of the homies of my son, like my son was his own. Now this is a white kid, right?
Okay.
Little white kid. And so but my son's like best Colorado friend, right? Like to where I call him my son. Spencer's my son. Okay, that's my baby. So what's really sad, guys, is Zakkiy.
Oh my God, Lord. You gotta get on the laptop or do something, bro. Jesus Christ, Shabbat. Jay Millie's asking about you too.
Yeah, he said, where's Chicago?
Yeah, you gotta do your audio, please, because you gotta. I told you that driving was not gonna pull over. Chicago, redo your audio and call back in. I'm at the back. I'll let you right up into it. We got a guest on our panel, and Jay's asking about you. All right. We're sorry. That's our West Coast correspondent. He's leaving the Colorado area and he's going back to Vegas right now. So he's kind of choppy on the audio right now. We're trying to get him back on the sit down somewhere, but he's trying to get back from being in Colorado for a minute.
Yeah, he got stuck in the blizzard.
Oh wow!
Yeah, he got stuck in the blizzard. Yeah.
So I do want to finish my little story about little Spencer, and then I'll stop running my mouth because I want to honor this young man, right? So this is a real sweet kid, and my son was his only friend who wasn't into hard drugs, right? Mm-hmm. His only friend that, you know, they just want to smoke some weed. Yeah, I mean, maybe have a little beer or something here and there. Yeah. And when my son, about 5 months ago, the kid overdosed, y'all.
Oh no!
Oh, he died.
Yeah, he's a little young ancestor. So, you know, it's just so sad because that was half the reason my son went back to Colorado was because he's an anchor for a lot of, you know what I mean? A lot of the homies. He's the anchor, you know what I'm saying? And so we lost my son. I call him Little Whitefoot. That's his Native American name. I gave him Little Whitefoot, right? So we lost Little Whitefoot because he didn't have an anchor, you know what I'm saying? My son was the only cat that didn't do hard drugs that he used to hang out with, you know what I'm saying? And then on top of it, my son didn't even get to go to his funeral, didn't even get to hug his, you know, his auntie and them and thing like this. And so when you talk about the impact on the broader community of injustice, this is what I mean when I say it's not just about Black people. Like, it is important to be humane and to be compassionate and to really look at what is justice, because you don't want to be extracting people from any community that really have a positive impact on the people around them, because then all you have left out there is liars, thieves, and crooks like you. You know what I mean? Not only you guys, but I'm talking about the people who are in power, who are continuing this kind of injustice. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to put a shout out for young Spencer, because a lot of people are like, what was your son even out there for? Why would he be out there? You know what I mean? But this kid was such a beautiful soul. You know what I mean? This little guy was such a beautiful soul. And that was like one of my son's, like, he was his brother. He was his, you know, he was his brother. They were brothers. You know what I'm saying? Brothers of another mother. So I just
want this, or was he using Spencer's grandfather's gun or father's gun?
No. Spencer was another cat, another young man. Okay. Yeah, the guy whose gun it was is a different friend. But yeah, like, you know, our kids, our young people are hurting, man. The world is hard, but our young people are hurting, and the system does not need to make it any harder on them. You know, when you got some young cats and they a little ornery or whatever, but they really ain't doing no harm, we've got to protect them. We have to make it clear to these people that are in positions of power that they got to keep their freaking hands off our good kids. You know, I mean, it's a bunch of criminals out there. Grab them, get them out the way. But like, they can't just be random. I don't care what color I don't care if the kid's purple with pink stripes and blue polka dots. You know what I'm saying? Like, they deserve a fair chance, and things like being able to defend yourself it fits within the realm of a fair chance, you know?
Yeah, but that doesn't apply to us. In a perfect world,
it's time for it to start. I know they think it don't, but I call down righteous judgment. It needs to start applying to us.
I agree. It needs to start. I mean, we especially me, you, Jesse, we seen like there are a couple of organizations that they guarantee, like for example, that one security team that I always like, and I was like, is it the ones with the brothers? Because I like that, right? Remember, there's things like that where You got young brothers that like to fight. They like to, they don't necessarily need to be in the military, but they like to do certain things, and they're probably better for the community if you turn their thought process around. You could utilize it for good, versus just kicking it and picking up a weapon like in this situation. He could have been out patrolling the neighborhood and keeping the neighborhood safe versus doing that. You see what I'm saying? If there was a better redirection, and right now is the best time to do it because for 2024 and the world's changing. Nobody's really with a lot of this bullshit that's going on now, where you're looking at more self-defense and things like that. You get a young man in his early 20s to learn how to not only protect himself, protect his community. You could brighten up a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah, exactly.
If you just give him a proper direction, a better direction.
And that was the whole purpose of the campaign. Sister, I don't know if you know, but I ran for mayor of Denver, Colorado. And one of the slogans was redirecting the aim.
Right.
I tried to write Aurora, but it's no good. They said no.
Very good.
So they don't want my ways telling them shit.
Yeah, we're gonna have to flood these. We're gonna have to I used to be like, F that, we ain't voting, we ain't getting involved in their circus, we ain't signing our names, we not signing up to be there involved. But it might be time for political takeover. And this is what the original Panthers was on.
Right.
That's right. Was on political education and activism through political leverage, right?
That's
so it's might be time to bring that funky track back. Because when I'm there, you know what I'm saying? When I'm the DA, it's gonna be some justice. I don't care who did it. What I want to know is who was right, who was wrong, what had happened.
Right.
Why did it happen? How can we fix it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, no, we don't have to. We have the blueprints, right? We have the blueprints of what was done and what didn't work and what has failed and what hasn't worked. Now we're at a stage where you're dealing with the last remaining part of Generation X and the millennials and now this new wave. So we have an opportunity to take what our old ancestors and stuff had already laid out the blueprint and just redirect it and recultivate it in a way that's going to be more functional, less dysfunction, more strategic, and in a way that behooves. Remember, this is all for the Black youth, because right now your son, if something happens, let's think about it like this: there's the next generation after your son's sons and sons. You see what I'm saying? So if we don't stop the madness now, right here where your son is at, how can we benefit his future seed and their seed? You see what I'm saying? Right. So it's all about recultivating with the information we have now, just redirecting it, polishing it up better, more dialogue, more dialogue with actual, we have the basics. Now we just have to implement a different maneuver with, look, we don't have to be in trouble. We control everything around us.
Exactly.
They can be in trouble. We don't got to be in trouble.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? We have families. We ain't gotta be in the court system no more. Let them fuck up. You know we have the blueprint now. Now we just need to know how to work that blueprint for the future, for like your son's for our children's children. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. Amen.
Sister, would you mind giving your closing statements on this case? I was just able to pull up the Daily Camera article.
Also, when is your son's next court date? Or
that was my next question. How did the court date go on October 6th of last year, or October 9th of last year?
They haven't done anything. They move it back. They just moved it back. It's supposed to be October, nothing happened. Then it's supposed to be January, nothing happened. They just pushed it back to July.
Okay.
So
July. July. This July.
Yeah. Okay. I want to say the 19th. But okay. I would love to see him come home before then. Okay.
Yes.
But if he don't come home that day, I'm gonna be on 38 hot. I'm gonna be real hot, because like at a point,
$500,000 bail.
I'm
It's
sorry.
a lot of fun.
Is he still on a $500,000 bail?
To my understanding, his bail hasn't been reduced.
That's a lot of money.
The severity of the crime and all, right? Like, because he's such a hazard, you know, like, get out
Got
of
him in
here.
the red jumpsuit.
It's so disgusting, guys, you know. I don't know. So, but I really appreciate y'all having me on, you know what I'm saying? And I just I hope we can build some awareness.
I'd like to have you on again if you don't mind. Maybe
Come
towards
on
the court date or whatever, even if we start doing some work to try to assist you. We'd like to have you on again because the more the people know, the more the awareness we could bring to your son's plight.
Yeah, man. And not just his, right? Not just his. I mean, I'm using him to highlight a huge problem. You know what I'm saying? It's not just him.
We got another situation here in Denver with Stephen Long. Similar circumstances that were.
And I wrote up that too for that kid. The thing is that you know, I think personally when like for me, for example, when I get behind something, it's because we're right here in Denver. It seems like we're so small, me and Jesse, in comparison to everybody who thinks how we do. We see a lot of clout chasing, photo op type people, and we try to separate ourselves from those types of individuals because it seems like they're only there. I got you, Bucket. It seems like they're only there for the recognition versus the work. And right here is something we're taking on as work. You know what I mean? The work getting it done for the benefit of what you're saying.
Can you hear me?
Unlike what we've been watching over the last couple of weeks, where people have just been making a name for themselves by showing up to they take advantage of black people by capitalizing on their pain, shames, and trials and tribulations. Whereas this isn't really for us; this is more for you. But and Jesse found this was like a something to take into consideration, something we could do to help better your circumstance, better his circumstance, and actually draw awareness to it because it is happening everywhere. So, we're thankful. Then we want you to come back again if you can. Why would Jesse set that up here in a month or two? So we can hear with you and him.
Yeah, man. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate what y'all are doing.
Yes, thank you, sister. So please keep us posted.
What would you like to say in closing? Right here, Shabaka. What would you like to say in closing?
I just want to remind everybody that wisdom is the new world order. At the end of the day, this world is going to be what we accept. And it might not seem like we're winning because the bad guys get all the press. But one thing I'm noticing is that there is a true awakening and enlightening of the group consciousness at a very rapid pace right now. Yes. And so just, wherever you are, whatever it is that you do in life, be aware of that. Know that the tide has truly already turned. You know what I'm saying? It's just the ripples haven't gone out, but the stone's been thrown. You know what I'm saying?
Have you seen the legal defense fund for your son? Is like a GoFundMe or something that we can donate or something?
We don't have a GoFundMe or anything like that. I don't, to try to raise $500,000, $50,000.
They just raised $300,000 for that white girl that attacked that sister, and her little friends attacked this sister, jumped this sister, stumped her to the ground. The sister beat the white girl up, and now they
raise $100, but I could dig it.
At the end of the day, if anybody would have it in their heart that they would like to donate a little bread to my son, anything like that, here's what I'll say. Here's what I'm gonna say about that in this moment, right? In this moment, what we're facing is not a financial problem, right? Because frankly, he can sit there for 5 more minutes, another month, few, because it's, it's sobering to him and it helps him to understand the seriousness of every split-second decision, right? So I'm not so pressed that I would look for public funds to get him home on bail or something like that. But here's what I will say.
Yeah, at least put money on his books.
Yeah, you could always do that. You could always put money on his books, right? That ain't gonna hurt. But even that, right? Even that's tricky because listen, he's already getting 3 free meals a day. Somewhere in your neighborhood is somebody that ain't got one.
So we're talking about. That's exactly what I'd be saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've been worried about my Twitter jail.
Yeah, like if you're thinking about blessing him, you know, bless somebody around you that needs it. Give $5 to the next person, $10 to the buy $100 worth of groceries for the next person, because that might be the difference between them going out and doing something stupid and ending up in the same position he's in. Which he didn't do anything stupid to get there, but he does plenty stupid things. We all do. You know what I'm saying? We all do some stuff, especially when we're broke and mad at life. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm not looking for financial. You know, I'm not looking for people to send money our way at this point. I would say if you got a couple dollars in his name, because I'm gonna tell you, he's the kind of cat that if he got $20 and you hungry, you got 10 and he got 10. You know what I'm saying? So pay it forward and support the people around you so that all people feel less desperate, right? Because it is the desperation of the times that has everybody wigging out on all sides of all the fences. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So just love on one another, you know, bring awareness to the situation. Absolutely. If you want to throw some money on his books, you can you know, you can go on the Boulder website, or you know, you got to download up all that. You can Cash App me. It's $XI Nation NATION.
Put in your put it in the chat. Put in the private chat, and we'll put it up there for everybody. That way we can do our best to try to do it. I can dig it though, man. I have the hardest time raising $100, so I can dig it.
Yeah, like you know, money ain't easy to come by, and people right next door that need it. You got extra $5, $10. Somebody right next door might need that. That might be a gallon of gas. Somebody needs. Somebody's kid hungry because they want Doritos and mom can't afford it. Buy the Doritos for the baby. My son, he all right. You know, he don't need money. He needs justice, and money can't buy justice for our people. Nope. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. We definitely could understand, because I was like, I'd sit on Allah's hands now. So yeah, when it comes to my things, like I was speaking on that earlier today with my mate. I was like, it's in Allah's hands. Fuck it.
Exactly. Most high got this, you know? Yeah. So those are my closing thoughts, man. My closing remarks. Just be kind to one another. And you know what I'm saying?
You can stay on, sister, if you like, but we're gonna go into the topics of the day.
Stay on. We're about to go into our actual broadcast. So you can stay on if you like. As extra panel, let's welcome Shabaka. Damn it, are you on the road now? Man, you get out there, huh?
Shabaka.
Yeah, no, kind of.
You're gonna have to get on the laptop, Shabaka. Is there any way you can get on the laptop?
No, he's driving. You can tell he's driving.
I'm on the road.
Where's the other brother? He can't drive for you while you get on the show?
No, he is driving. I think the other brother is driving.
Right.
Oh well, then there's something wrong with your Wi-Fi or hotspot or the earpiece or something. But we can't. You're not coming in steady. You're like a robot. It's like choppy.
It's when he's on the phone with the StreamYard. For some reason, his phone don't work well with the StreamYard.
I can't imagine how it could. Shabaka, get it together, man. We've been waiting to hear about your adventures. I'm surprised you got out and got on the road. I really am. He was snowed in.
Oh, right. That's right. You said that.
We had a blizzard, and they were showing it on the news. His area was particularly slushy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It was particularly slushy and snowed in. Shabaka.
Uh-oh.
Is the other brother? All right, well, let's move forward. So is the other brother driving and you can't drive? And we lost Shabaka again. Let me let him in. Okay. Shabaka. Well, go ahead, Jesse. Let's open up with tangibles while we wait for Shabaka.
All right, Black family. So this is the year and a decade of tangibles. We're going to continue to demand something tangible for our vote. So any politician that's seeking your vote demands something tangible for your vote. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, descendants of American chattel slavery, freedmen, we're going to demand from this political structure. So I'm going to pull that up, like I usually do, and read what Tangibles 2020 is all about. So
We're
since
the decade in 2024 now.
Yeah, so since it's 2024, it's Tangibles 2024 all the way up to 2100. Black family, demand something tangible for your vote. So instead of 2020, it's 2024. Everything else remains the same. So the 2024 presidential elections are coming up, and foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old malign neglect, more like malevolent or belligerent or purposeful neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, foundational Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically to foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. Since it's 2024, it's Tangibles 2024. And next time there's an election, which would be either 2026 or 2028, it's still tangibles. All the way up to 2100, Black family. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote. We've told you time and time again, going into our 4th season of Front Line Blacc News, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. All right, thoughts, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Yeah, I can't say it enough, Black family, but I'm disappointed. I was to see y'all participate in the primaries, where the state is still Democratic, considering all the nonsense we're going through with the illegals and whatnot, the consistent benign neglect, the rapid gentrification. You got a Shabaka.
Yeah.
Okay. I was so disappointed. Just like I vote. You know what I mean? There is no right now. Currently, it is assessed for one person to win. It's not no fairness whatsoever. We have no options. There's nothing tangible. You could bootleg and say you love this dude all you want and he's the greatest, but we've seen both sides of him and Jim Crow Biden, Biden, right? So you're not getting anywhere with it. Now we have the options are limited. There's nothing tangible.
Really. On the third party side.
I'm sorry, Justin, what'd you say?
Even on the third party side.
Even on the third party. It's just like Justin said, I had to back off my Cornel West fucking movement. As you can see, family, I haven't mentioned him in almost 2 months, because I was disappointed in his interviewing process with Tim Black and Black Alpha Network. Those are the two that I subscribe to. He was just doing some beat around the bush. Hey man, I love his old hippie style. I love the fucking music. I love what he's talking about. However, I'm not an all-inclusive individual. You know, we were talking about specifically for foundational Black Americans. What are you going to do?
Right.
What kind of executive move are you going to make? What is this cutting the check going to look like? Are you going to do it on your watch? He was not willing to answer these questions. Like we see, like, for a prime example, like Black Alpha Network has consistently had said over the last 3-4 weeks, you know, and then we go with Tim Black. Not even Tim Black's really mentioning him. Everybody's kind of taking the pass, but RFK Jr. is a definite no-go.
Shout out to Vicky Dillard.
Exactly. Thank you. I was getting to that. Shout out to how Vicky Dillard gave him that fucking hard work. He is a no-go. The fact that he stepped foot in the Coon Center and she talked to him and he acted like the Black Holocaust didn't exist. And he tried to give this walk around, beat around the bush motherfucking conversation and was disrespectful to our sister. The way he was looking like he was so exasperated and tired. Fuck him. He gets no Black vote in the city of fucking Denver. Like, or even here. I'm just saying it for the people that are on code.
Yeah.
Should not vote for RFK Jr. Period. If you found something insightful on that motherfucking Coon Train, fucking Jeff Barr, fucking network shit, then you're fucking stupid and you should no. He did not even address Black people. He tried to give his Catholic fucking upbringing as I can relate to the Black plight. And this is what we want for Black children. When you watch that shit, then you know that it was a slap in the face and he should have been walked the fuck out instead of fucking having a whole dialogue with after the fact. And our sister, Vicky Dillard, was forced to shut down and pipe down because the host couldn't handle her real truth. And he should know better. He's had her in the free coon zone before.
Yeah.
And we didn't like it. The ones that are on code did not like that treatment of our sister, Vicky Dillard.
Right.
She has more followers.
Bigger follower than you, Jeff Fart.
She's way above you, cuz. When you're over the disrespecting her, she has way more people, way more clout than you'll ever have in your whole fucking life. So instead of people like all manner towards the sister, you're being disrespectful, and we've seen it, and we're calling it out. What you gonna do about it?
We gonna do nothing except block us.
That's it. You won't do it in person though. But you can do it any other way. You ain't gonna do shit. But that sister right there has more followers than you'll ever have in your whole fucking life. And she's here. So you're disrespected. She can always show back up there.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So shout out to the sister Vicky Dillard for explaining to RFK Jr. what the Black Holocaust is and Black suffrage and what we were asking for and demanding. And while they disrespected her, and we're calling it out, we stand with our sister here in the Mile High. I'm in Aurora, Mile High City.
Yeah, she's in Aurora too.
Yeah, she's more south of me. I'm in the bad part of Aurora, which is the good part. That ever being the good part of Aurora.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I got the clip.
Oh yeah, Jay. Yeah, I think you were. When Jesse, speaking of that real fast, Shabaka, our sister Vicky Dillard, when we saw before Vicky Dillard started making the clips live, we saw a version from inside through one of the people that are actually at the center, through Gerald. He's a friend, you know. He's a friend. He doesn't never do nothing mean to us, so
right.
We love him. So we saw a video, and we heard her.
It's still copy.
We heard her, and we heard her giving them that work, and he was just so exasperated, like he didn't want to hear anything. He was looking tired. He was rolling his eyes. He literally put his elbows on his eyes. Real fucking shit. Real fucking shit. So, RFK Jr. is on the on code Black vote.
Yeah, you don't
very few men handle women like Vicky Dillard.
Right, you can't do that to the sister Vicky Dillard. Vicky Dillard is a strong Black voice, and that is a strong sister. Free the land.
Yeah,
Yes.
I understand, Shabaka.
I love Big Boy.
I'm out here on the road. No, the last time, man, I was on the road going to them, man, you all could hear me, man, now you sending it off choppy.
Oh my God.
Oh
yeah.
God. We can't hear anything you're saying, brother. As I put it up.
She said a few years ago, as an Israeli government official, that the problem with Israel.
Oh, I wanted you to see this now. So we know the dude that's being pictured, the bald hair brother. Let me share the screen so y'all see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we know everybody here. We don't like the free coon zone.
That's how he acts. Like look how he acts. Like this had to be, this couldn't have been rehearsed.
Share it. It's not sharing on this end.
I'm about to share it now, Lady J.
Okay, cool. I was rather excited about this shit.
So here's Nikki Dillard in the Free Coon Zone in the Cultural Center. Behind her is her brother Theo. Now Theo, he on the History Channel.
That's the Wilson one, right?
Yeah, he does.
So when I was making that complaint, I was right when it was me and you, right?
Yeah.
I was saying that to you. Okay.
Cool. Yeah. So look how he reacts when our sister Vicky is speaking.
Israel is Black American youth. No congressional hearing was had. We find out that the issue with the police department, many police officers in the United States are trained by the Mossad and Israeli soldiers. They come here and they fly over there.
Hell nah.
Judith?
That's what I said.
Hell nah.
I had to play that video back like 35 times.
Hell nah. Ooh, this on the Twitter, right? On Twitter?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hell nah. Do you see the disrespect? I wrote the sister a letter. I don't know if she get busy, so I don't know if she got it in her email. But I wrote the sister a letter, like real shit. I wrote her a letter on like I think earlier last week. I wrote her a letter because I was really impressed with how she handled herself.
Sure. Do you know who she is? Former Israeli consul. And the meeting was recorded. I did multiple broadcasts.
Everybody act like I don't show receipts either. Hold on, Jesse. Pause right there.
As an Israeli government official.
Pause right there and then take yours off real quick. I'll share mine real fast. Just 2 seconds. Just because there people act like we don't do no real work, right? That we just be talking out our ass and we don't be showing receipts. I wrote a. Can you see it?
Yes.
So I wrote a letter that's hers is right here.
Denise, appreciate you tapping in.
So I wrote her a letter explaining about her work and et cetera, and I had expressed heartfelt empathy about how she came down here, right?
Hey, sister.
People act like we don't be sharing or be doing live receipts. Go ahead, just share yours again. Like we just be talking out our ass, but we be actively trying to engage with our strong our codified voices. And when we seen that, at that time it was just a privilege to even see the video we saw, because we were seeing the back of her head. We didn't see anything that was going on. That motherfucker, that's audacious, Jesse.
Yeah, it is.
That the problem with Israel is Black American youth.
Yes, she did, Denise. Yes, she did.
No congressional hearing was had.
Yes, the couch is definitely winning, sister.
We find out that the issue with the police department, many police officers in the United States are trained by the Mossad and Israeli
sister. It was
and they fly over there. And they actually trace credibly some of the training to some of the actual injuries and murders of our people here in these United States of America. And $4 billion every year since Israel's existence.
I got it over here on this side with the
So I would say that to you, brother. And I would say to consider that America has no choice. And perhaps you were called for such a time as this, because you have a level of energy that has to do with justice and this unusual grouping of the danger that you pose to both sides could go further when you do right by us. So this resistance, last point that you have with reparations.
Yes, you pointed her up. You pointed right at Jeff. Right at Jeff.
You're going to run into problems in more ways than one.
I said, because of the fucking enemy to our people, fucking.
He is an enemy to our people. He took the goddamn money, like Pop said. Once he took the money, that was a wrap for him.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. You know, everybody knows that the Front Line Blacc News and the Front Line campaign is not a fucking. Ever since they disrespected, what's fair is fair, right is right. You know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So, you know, when you disrespect, we come harder than that. No fear. This is all cap over there. What they're doing. How he disrespected that sister, and how Theo and all them on the back, and that's proof.
Yeah.
They were over there making giving the timestamp. That sister came a long way.
Right.
For fucking a couple of paragraphs.
He was scared about what she was saying.
Yeah, he didn't want to hear it. Anything that goes against the fucking narrative that keeps fucking young black children in the coon zone.
The white girl I was telling you about, they raised $300,000 for her ass, and she was the perpetrator.
She had mocked. She looked like she getting mocked.
Yeah, that's just fucked her up. Rightfully so.
Rightfully so. What did she do? What did she do?
Learn to sit down somewhere.
She had a little
no more
the other girls at the school, and they picked the right one.
Like, I don't understand what white folks' deal is. Black folk don't have to take it anymore, and they're not going to. There you've seen a lot of motherfucking white people getting slapped up and stomped out because they have no regard. They think they're just so cool. They could just say the hard N word, or they could be pushing on a sister and stuff like that.
Y'all know what happened 33 years ago today?
Hmm?
You know what happened 33 years ago today? Or now yesterday, I guess.
No, go ahead, baby.
Latasha Harlins was killed by the Korean store owner. It was right the same year that the Rodney King beatings occurred.
Yep, that's right. It's terrible.
So
see, I don't think white people are understanding that the less justice we get, the less we care about police and are going to resort to police. See, you're only as safe as the police are close, baby. So if we lose complete respect for the law enforcement, the whole legal system, that's not going to make a safer world for white folks.
No.
They can't lock us all up. And the more of us they lock up for no reason, the more pissed off those of us that's left out here are finna be.
Right.
Exactly. That's what I said to the DA. I was like, you're not doing any, you're not providing any wins for the people. All you're seeing is more anger and more strife. And a lot of us don't give a damn, you know, especially like people like me who grew up I'm like on the other side, I don't really give a damn about the police, fuck up the trash. Right? Like I see it, I'm like, I don't care if I'm gonna handle my business, I'm gonna handle my fucking business because no one else is going to protect me.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we can't call the law. Who do we call when we're in trouble? We call family, we call friends.
Right.
We call people we know they can go and help handle some work we need help, because we can't call the police because the police don't solve crimes. They enable them. They help keep them going. They help inciting it. You know, they're running around the streets right now and not really solving crimes. And they get more money. We're starving. They get everything. You know, and they wonder why we're upset. And then white folk think it's okay to continue with their racist tirades. Even school, we got schools right now where they're white kids making racist videos attacking young black children, right? And there's only one black student or two black students, but they're so far in between they don't even protect each other. You know, and then the NAACP, which was where we had our disagreement with, just here and there, we have little plates here and there, where they're like, we just want an apology. Fuck the apology. I want results. And they might be my children, but I wouldn't have my children in a situation like that where they're in a white school getting fussed with, or they're targeted at school. I wouldn't even put my children in that situation. My children would know what skin they're in and how to fucking protect themselves. I'm not going to be mad at my child if my child whooped on some other little devil right there for fucking with him. I would not. I would be very upset about that. This is an age where we just No, those cops days over.
We
Our
tired.
children are targeted. You know what I mean? And then there's like, well, they want, what did they say? They wanted an apology from the supremacist children, supremacist parents. And I was like, what? What? Like, no. What the fuck is a
we want expulsions. We want expulsions. We want charges. We want things like this.
I want your kid to sit up in the hill where there's nothing but little black kids. You know what I mean? I went to jail so many times when I was a youngster. I want little white kids to go sit up in the Gilliam where there's nothing but little black children in there nowadays. You know, they're sitting there waiting on a juvie. I want them to experience what it's like so they can stop with that fucking racist nonsense. Because if one little racist grows up to a big racist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's not going to be good for anybody at the end of the day.
Yeah, we ain't heard nothing else about it.
No, I think because we got so upset about it, they got to keep us out of the loop.
I'm telling y'all what's going on.
I mean, it's not unlikely. We make it.
Majority of the coons here in Colorado have blocked us.
Yeah, I mean, we just went to city council, and neither one of us could control ourselves in public, I guess.
We gave them a proclamation. They don't speak for us.
Yeah, I mean, we're just calling it out. We're supposed to check our coons, man. We're supposed to check the people that are fucking up. And when it comes to city council, they don't know people speak.
I'm sorry, what you said, sis?
I said, because the city council, everybody else talk about us. They don't let the black people talk no more. What they do, all they hear is bad things come out of black folks' mouths. Like last weekend, I said, if enough people say it,
even Vincent said that Jeff tried to have him killed.
Yeah, he did. And I was sitting there because I was at home. You were at your house. I was like, ooh. But if enough people say it, Jesse, enough people say something bad about one person, there's got to be some truth to it, right? And I kept telling you a long time ago, I was like, no motherfucker don't want me to go over here and tell you all your fucking business because I was outside. I heard all the fucking dirt. So, yeah, if I was there, I'd mind your piece of Q stop fucking hating on us.
Dude, to get on his show the first time, when I first filed to run for mayor of Denver, he waited like a whole month before he even acknowledged I had even filed to run. Mm-hmm. And then went ahead and supported the nemesis, who just so happened to file like a month after me and was bigging him up. And then I popped up on him on the show while he was there. Oh, man, that was something else. That whole campaign, he put like 16 people.
Well, you know what's really bad about it is that when you think about it, in the long sense, you supported a motherfucker that destroyed a whole community. And you got behind him, not us, but you got behind a motherfucker that literally almost killed somebody, destroyed a whole community, lied, had a white man write about our community, our members in our community, write a whole book. You went on a book tour supporting this shit, right? And then had the audacity. The motherfucker couldn't think of his own thought. We watched him. We literally watched him. We sat on several boards. We literally watched him, me spit out an idea and him jot it down. You see what I'm saying? So we watched this shit happen, whereas you have an actual community member.
He had nothing to do with it.
Right? I was talking about Jesse.
Actual draft something that you didn't even have nothing to do with. You was nowhere in the picture. You're going to pop up right in time for the campaign talking about, oh, what are y'all up to? Oh, I'm part of this panel too. No, the hell you're not. Who the hell sent you?
We watched The Cure, and not to mention, the more shit that we learned after the fact, it would look like to outside looking in that we were poor sports because it was just him. It was him and I, right? I'm all about vetting because we watched a lot of people say they were on our on Jesse's side. Let's say basically we're in one movie unit, right? He's the one running for office. I'm just the backbone trying to make shit happen, right? So as one moving unit, we saw people say they were hit for him and then turn around and say, don't be talking that black shit, right? And you can't be talking that black, okay? And then go around, and then after all is said and done, who do they come look for to speak that black shit? Jesse Paris.
Exactly. You know it.
Good
That's
enough
how
when
they
he was
do. Traders, turncoats,
everybody was pro-black.
Yeah, they black on February. Every other month, they anything but.
Right, they're nowhere to be found in Black August. Okay, they're only black in February, nowhere to be found on pull-up season summer. You know what I mean? These motherfuckers are just beyond hypocritical. Whereas us, we've been like this consistently, and it seemed like it. You know, they want to play it as if we're petty during that loss, but in reality, is until you were on this side of the spectrum, watching all the fuckery happen. Watching all the money be put up, watching all these people, like the moment old boy says, I think we should need more white women. And then a white woman appears out of nowhere, or where's the white savior? And a white man come out of nowhere. And the same white man that wins is also guilty of fucking killing off a main portion of our black city. Park Hill. He was just in line, in step with the nemesis. And I kept saying,
nemesis is the office.
Just look at Park Hill, right? Because we were there. We lived it. We watched it. We seen it, right? And not to mention, everybody from the soil would have known exactly what we're talking about. Regardless of taking sides, you got to look at it from the outside looking in. You got, when I tell Jesse, I'm like, someone paid the way, not paved, but paid the way for your demise. It's because they don't want to hear strong black leadership. He said we couldn't have an all-black cabinet. And I was like, why the fuck not? There's 300 fucking black intelligent people I know right here in Denver. They're just taking the wrong side of things. You know what I mean? But they're smart and they're black and they can fucking do something. Right? But you can't tell us that. Or they'll say you're bigoted or you're non-inclusive. But in the reality of things, why should anybody be inclusive when black people have been neglected for centuries? And we continuously get neglected here in the city. We're constantly be put in jail. We're constantly be shunned. Now we're being overran and leapfrogged over due to illegal immigrants, and they still want our help. So how is that fucking fair? But they don't want to hear what they want.
How about we'll be inclusive when they are inclusive when it comes to the benefits of society? You can't expect us to push your agenda, but then when it comes time for us to sit at the table and eat, we can't sit at the table and eat. Like, what does that even mean? Like, we don't have no allies. If you want to know who our allies are, we ain't got none. We ain't got none. So you have to be inclusive and drag you along.
You want a friend, you looking at that in the mirror.
Exactly.
And if people seem to think that we're supposed to be, it's like everyone else is allowed to represent their own interests, right? It's considered honorable. Oh, how beautiful when the Chinese stand up for the Chinese, LGBT stand up for the LGBT, whatever, strawberry lovers stand up for strawberries. Yay, go team strawberries. That's cool for any and everybody in the planet, except for us. When we decide, you know what? It's going to be go team us. Oh my God, that's terrible. But what about these ones? And what about those ones? Well, how about this? If any of those ones gave a rat's tail about us, we wouldn't be over here like this.
Right.
We wouldn't be over here like this. We'd be somewhere chilling. But y'all want to make it hard on us. Then when we come together and want to swing back, now you want to be on our team for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So like you said,
it's always wrong when they stick together.
Glory for standing next to us because you see us on our rise. So you want to be in the picture. But you ain't here for no real work. You don't really care. You don't care when our kids are hungry. You don't we're locked up more than anybody out there for absolutely no reason. You don't care when they're literally killing us on the streets. Like, no. You don't vote like you care. Oh, yeah, I know you want your picture going down for the big march downtown. That looks great on the news. But you don't vote like you care because you vote for the same effort that signed all our lives away for nothing. It's tiring. It's exhausting.
Yeah, they're complicit in it. That's why we cannot support them groups. And the cape has been off for at least 4 years. Team Paris Frontline Black News Frontline campaign.
That we can't get off. We're selective because we've seen just recently with I call it if you get in front of the cameras or you're taking advantage of black shame, black plight, you know what I mean, and you're capitalizing off of it, just being there, taking pictures and acting like you're doing some activism when knowing goddamn well you haven't done shit in 4 years, right? And now all of a sudden you're an activist, right? I can't speak to it. I'm from the street, you know. So whatever my old man has been doing his whole life, I'm just following his train, okay? But I'm not an activist. I'm just in this standing up with whatever he's saying, right? And I believe in it. It's full-heartedly, right? But to see other people do this on camera, and they're tokenizing a plight, I can't get behind, because when you see me not behind the cameras. Like something happens, a friend of ours passes away or something like that, I'll reach out behind the scenes because that's just how I maneuver regardless. But when we see these people outside on camera, and we know that they are not doing it because it's in their heart or it's in their nature to, be out there standing like Jesse's an activist. He's out there.
I'm an actionist.
Every day. Right. Until I got sick, he was out there every day, stomping the grounds, fucking in every situation. Until I got sick, And then when I got sick, he took a back burner for that, right? And so I would say that's my fault. However, he's an activist. That's a real activist. That's a real person to take up an actual situation and be stomping the ground for you. Work, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas, I'm just behind the scenes. I do all the heavy work back here, right? That's just I'm for the street. I don't know nothing like that. I know nothing about that, right? I'm just learning. It's only my 4th year really learning, right? But these people that are actively outside doing it now, they're not built that way. They're only there for the cameras and the show. Mm-hmm. I know, like, for example, hypothetically, let's say in 5 years, I could be at Jesse's level that he's at now. He's been doing it for his whole life, right? Let's say 5 years, I'm well enough, I can do like whatever Jesse's doing, right? Then I can say I actually earned it.
At least consistently documented, at least a decade.
See, that's what I'm saying. He's got an actual decade. He's an actual activist, right? I'm just like, I'm just your mate. I just do the work, and I have a strong vocal presence, and I mean what I say, and I'm not an asker, I'm a teller, I'm that kind of person, right? But I know where my place is. I couldn't say, oh yeah, I'm an activist, because I don't even know. I think you had to have a real experience in that shit, right? Yeah. So I just support the main team. Well, the main team has 10 fucking plus years of stomping the ground and standing up for black people, period. You see what I'm saying? Versus what we're watching now, who let a white woman tokenize her last year.
Yeah. Let a white woman tokenize her.
Alleged
commercial. And they got mad at us because we said, go get your money.
Right. She mad at us because I said, hey, man, I don't like this brat, but go get your money. I'd never sit on a couch of a white woman and let her tokenize me.
Bro,
during election season. How much you pay me? You'll never get that off me. I tell Betsy not to take pictures with nobody until they pay him. Why? Because they're so quick to get a pretty black face in front of their cameras and act like they're doing something for this pretty black face.
I was the face of black homelessness for 10 years.
Right. They made him the face of black homelessness only to fuck with him and destroy him. Right? So now we have all this buildup to do.
It was me and another Burton.
Yeah, they're not doing the work. He has to rebuild what these people destroy. Even coons have a hand in white supremacy.
Yeah, they're complicit.
So he has to rebuild, and I'm like, well, look, so I'm not an activist, but I'm just a back burner. But I do the work that is entrusted in me. It's a big thing. It's bigger than both of us.
Right.
Stand up for black people, because when black people stand up for each other, it's wrong. Black people stand up for the rights, the actual rights and the needs. Fuck rights. The necessities. It's wrong. The needs. It's wrong. You know what I mean? And then you're pushed to be like, oh well, to shut that black shit down, or you're too empowered. What is too empowering? I don't understand why nobody's as angry as I am.
You're too angry.
You know what I mean? We're too angry. You got that angry shit. Nobody cares about red and black, green. Nobody cares about the plight that's going on here. Okay, well that's fine. You can get left behind.
You know what? I think that they need to be reminded when they hit us with that, you're too angry. I'm not nearly as angry as I should be, nor can get.
No, it's not.
Nor can get. So keep texting
equality and no longer retribution.
Right.
That's the biggest fear is retribution. They don't want to pay for what their ancestors did. And you have mothers like Sleepy Jim Crow Biden who say, I don't have to pay for what my ancestors did 300 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. You can say that all you want, but that ain't how karma works, baby. That ain't how karma works. You still eating that fruit, you still spending that stolen bread, then you got to pay for who stole it. That's how that works.
Right.
Yeah, it's like a big eye. Yeah, you keep saying that. Yeah, it's okay.
Get the people shit back that they stole. Get off the neck of the people who your ancestors, you inherited the boot. You still standing on their neck. So you didn't grab them, you didn't push them down. You didn't put the boot on to their neck. But when your ancestors died and they took their foot out the boot and put them in the casket barefoot, you slid your foot in the boot, okay? Yep. So now you're wearing the boot that's still on our neck that you stole from our ancestors. So until boot is removed, who in the hell ever's wearing it is got to pay.
Right.
Yeah, it all rolls downhill.
Stuff about the bootstraps.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like because we're here right now, we're seeing a lot of it, and since it feels like we're just very small. We are very small in comparison to all those people, like the people that just pointed out at the free thing zone. We know those people, and they could never say they're better than what they just showed, because we're just seeing some major disrespect right now, and we will always have that on our mind, knowing that that's the type of individual that man and that man and that man and that lady and those people are, because no matter what they say, we just watch them avidly disrespect a very serious voice of the new black media and here. Somebody we actively follow, we actively listen to. Jesse's known, has met, you know what I mean? So I genuinely follow. It is an active disrespect. They can't even show face when we see them in public, because we do see these people in public. You see what I'm saying? And we won't change. Like if you ran into me and Jesse on the street, we would be the same way like we are right now outside. That's why it was such a thing for us at the city council. Yeah, I mean, because we're just live.
Yeah, that's why y'all not loud. That's why y'all not loud nowhere, because you're authenticity.
They just be scared. They have to have extra security.
It started out with 3 police, then there were like 6, and there was only like 5 of us actually in there. But I was just pussy blocking, acting stupid anyway. But
But they fucked me up being so scared, because the fact is, everybody on the planet knows if we were half as angry as they're always trying to act like we were, there literally would not be any of them left. Because we clearly were stronger, faster, smarter, all these things. I know that's like hard for people to hear, but the proof is in the pudding. Okay? So if we were that angry or mean, you wouldn't
y'all wouldn't exist. And mind you, we saved you twice, we civilized you twice, K-Beast. And if the thanks we get.
Yeah, and I mean, they should be thankful we're not that angry, because we'd already tore up some shit. I mean, it ain't no thing to tear it down and rebuild it. As evidence of civilization is millennia after millennia.
They wouldn't have no country to brag and boast about.
And we follow. I love Jesse because I've been sick. I've been really sick, so I'm trying to limit my stress and stuff. But we let with what I've been noticing over on the weekends, we see a lot of change, and some of it's happening in certain states and very slow. We can't lead everybody to the water if they're not willing to change. Fuck it. But right now we can't keep teaching everybody what's right. If you're already 30 something, heading into anywhere between 35, or we'll be generous, 32 on a conscious level to 50 or 60, you already know what the fuck is going on. You know where you're supposed to be at. And if you're choosing not to get to be in awareness, to consciously move with us, then you deserve whatever's left behind for you.
They know. They just don't want to be held responsible. People know. Everybody knows. Because here's how you know people know. Because you don't want nobody doing it to you. Exactly. You know, you wouldn't want to trade. You wouldn't want to trade places with these people. No. So therefore, you know that the shit ain't right and fair. Because if everything was so right and fair, and you were so good, and everything was so just, then you would trade places with anybody at any given moment. But we all know that there are certain populations of us, and the more melanin you have, the more you fit into the category of people that nobody wants to be, because everybody shit on us.
Everybody want to be a nigga.
So we'll build ourselves up, you know. And I'm not on some old racial hate, and I'm not going to pretend all skin folk is kinfolk neither. You know what I'm saying? Right. But at the end of the day, the way, like, if you triage the planetary population and you say who's the most critical, who do we got to help right now, is Black folks.
Exactly.
We're in the most critical condition. I don't care about your splinter, and I don't care about your sprained ankle. I don't care about your rash. You don't scratch your eczema. You're bleeding now. No, these people are bleeding out. Our people are bleeding out on the table. We every nurse.
They just keep putting salt and lemon juice on the wounds.
Yeah, that's been like that for like a long time, where they have exclusively neglected and ignored Black people. And they're letting them just consistently go down to beyond poverty level. And it doesn't matter how much you rebuild and how much we rebuild. They constantly steal from us. They take our intellectual property. They burn our projects down. They destroy everything that we build because of jealousy and whatever. The 9 areas of human activity still guided by racism, white supremacy. And we know that. And so for us to say that we're standing up for Black people here, or Foundation of Black Americans here in our city, because it's a necessity. And then we look at it like, you know, like me, I have my moments. I'm like, for what? Cause like, you know, we don't have my moments like, for what? Cause like these motherfuckers constantly gonna be on this motherfucking coon train to nowhere. I was telling Justice, right? And then I'm like, I have to take myself out of it and remember that the more we constantly keep the message flowing, like Jesse said, the more consistent we are, then one day they'll pick it up and it'll stick in their fucking brain and decide to shake that shit off. And
others, it took them 4 years to get to this point where they're like, oh, maybe we shouldn't vote for the Democrats no more. We was telling them 4, 5. Shabaka's Black Experience has been around for 8 years. We've been telling them for almost a decade. It's what we need to do, Black family, and now they just now starting to get on code.
Yeah, it makes it really difficult.
Even if you got to do it one drop at a time, you can still fill a bucket. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Yep. Everything's going fast. Long, you know, we just got to keep pushing. But yeah, that was real disrespectful how we treated that sister. I couldn't. That was wow. That's how they do it, though. Yeah.
I'm glad that she showed that. I'm glad that that was on the Twitter. Like, I haven't been on the computer in a couple of days. I've been watching Netflix. I'm on Black vacation, is what I would like to call it. I've been on that for for about 7 months though, since I've been sick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been on Black vacation where because I feel helpless watching podcasts and whatnot. I get I'm like kind of like Black Alpha Network, I guess, and Eric Mays. They're like really ampy and I want to do something, but I can't do anything.
I can't going so crazy.
Yeah, so I'm going crazy and stressing my heart out because I'll get so passionate. Like you heard earlier in the beginning of our program, I'm really real passionate, kind of loud and shit, but that's how I am in the street. So I have to tone that down because that energy eats my heart up.
Yeah.
And so I just sit back and I watch like a lot of, I'm over there watching Netflix. And then on the weekends, we catch up on the news because we do our broadcast. And I'm like, the less stress because I get passionate. I'm like, oh, fuck that, man. Like, we got some shit going on in the city right now. I'm like, man, fuck that. They're all right up in the fucking camera. Motherfuckers don't ever have nothing to say, but now they want to act like activists, right? And I can't do anything about it because I'm at home and I'm too sick to go somewhere right now. So I feel helpless. And when we're watching news, I feel like I can't participate except to get on certain podcasts that I know stress the views of what we're fighting for, and then to hop off. I just feel like I feel like some days I'm not being utilized the best way I know how. Whereas like I said, my mate used to be out. He's a real activist. He used to be out every day, even when he was running for mayor. He was outside doing the work, and up until I got really sick. He needed to stay. He took a chance to stay back and came inside for a little bit, took care of the situation over here and over there where he's at. So it took a big step, but in the lieu of that, they thought they were getting over on us and trying to pull a fast one. In reality, we've been taking notes and watching how it's really going, and we have like inside baseball, like things we talk to on the inside. That's like, oh no, this isn't right, because when you're publicly not defrauding the people but misleading people, eventually that's going to come out to light.
Yep.
And they don't want to hear from the light source. The ones that they shunned and were too black. They don't want to hear it when we tell them the truth. That the people that they think are prominent leaders, like, look, you're not the leader of the city, sir. The man of the city is right here. You're not the man of the city. You're over there showboating. And it was really like how you say it was. You wouldn't be using your clout and all your resources to push yourself to this level of like misinformation. You know what I mean? You wouldn't be supporting people that are like elections department that are guilty of election fraud, or stuff like that. When we know we have the receipts for it, because it is our job to point it out. Like even with me, I ran for city council just for briefly, like a little bleep, right? Up until they told me I couldn't get on the I couldn't get signatures in, right? They wouldn't even let me be a write-in, even though I have all the way to the date of election to be a write-in, right? In our hometown. But the way they played it was all verbal until like last week when I was showing Jesse, I watched a webinar, right? And they detailed everything by law, like how I expressed to them. And I'm like, what do I do with this information? Because they wronged me. You know what I mean? They wronged me of an opportunity, even though in hindsight, let's be thankful for that non-opportunity, because now it only opened my eyes to see what happened with Jesse's and what happened with another friend of ours that was running in the same campaign, right? Where they denied him legal process, and where these people paid their money, $15 million against one black grassroots individual.
Yeah.
Sounds like a real big threatening problem to discredit and to bring a man who was a high caliber, well-known individual, to shame him and disrespect him, to bring him down to this, to where now we got to build up his reputation again out in the world because somebody paid to have it discredited. Yeah, we had there's all this research that I've been doing on my end so that I can like, oh look.
And they do it every day. They do it every day. They do it so much they do it in their sleep, child.
Yeah, nobody calls it out. And I'm like,
the worst part about it is they look like you though. You think you expect a Caucasoid, a pale face, a clear person to do this, not somebody that's supposed to be technically your uncle to do something like this too.
Yo, honey, that's who they love. They love when they can get one of us to do it to the rest of us. They love that. That's like and they love it, and then them traitors love it too, because they get to get favoritism and they get to be told that they're not like other black people. You're special, you're different, you're not like a regular black person. They think that's a compliment. I've heard people say that to me so many times in my life, and it's been an insult every single time. First of all, the fact that you think all black people are fit any kind of monolith is just absurd, because there's more diversity amongst black people than anybody else in the whole entire planet. In fact, to be honest, everybody is some form of our diversity, okay? But it's like this, they want to be the special one. They want to be that, like you were saying, since they want to be that token, right? And it's like they'll honey, they'll sell you out so quick for that to be had the white folks say that's right. Tell them.
Yeah, when you know you bring
they come after us, it makes them feel a type of way, man. And I'm not, like I said again and again, I'm not pushing some like racial narrative that all white people are bad, all black people are solid. Like the fact is, snakes come in every size, shape, and color nowadays, and good people do too, you know. But I like what Muhammad Ali said about the snakes. You know what I'm saying? About the snakes. You feel me? Like. With some real receipts for me to trust you if you come from certain demographics. I'm sorry. It just isn't to my best interest not to be wary.
Exactly.
I know too much. I know too much about how society works to not be wary just based on color of your skin. That's not racist. That's not being a bigot. Although I am a racist. I put my race first. I want the resources and the power and all that for our benefit. I am a racist. But bigot. It's
we
not
can't
because
be
I don't like
we could be prejudiced.
Chinese.
Yeah, we could be prejudiced.
We can't be racist. We can be prejudiced.
No.
But
Exactly.
putting black first. That was the thing. They wanted us not to say that putting black people first or being black first.
Yeah, mind you, I was the first candidate probably in the history of the country to run the black first agenda.
Right. It's saying that, you know, being black first is more important than your sexual ideations, your religious beliefs, whatever your gender shit, whatever it is, you know, to say that your skin, your race is comes first before anything else, because that's what the police see when they're killing us.
Yep.
They see your skin first. You know what I mean?
That's what the banks see when they look at them social security numbers. That's what the school boards see when they look at the demographics. That's what the grocery stores see when they set their prices. Why everybody else can see it, and they conduct themselves accordingly with the black first agenda, right? Whatever you do, make sure the money stays out of the black people's hands. Make sure the power stays out of the black people's hands. Make sure life, liberty, pursuit of happiness stays out of black people's hands. As long as there's a race first agenda moving against us, we have a right to have a race first defense.
Exactly.
That's right.
That's why we're in the Black Holocaust still. That's why we're still playing the Black tax. That is exactly why that's happening. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
But I'm gonna move us along, sisters, because we got a gang of topics.
We got a tangent all day about black things. Yes.
But continue to demand something tangible for your vote. So speaking of your vote, Biden-Harris administration appoints director of black media to enhance the outreach to black voters. Oh, you know we get somewhere new black media when the president and the vice president have to appoint a director of black media to enhance the outreach to black voters. I wonder why.
Jesse, I'll be right back, okay?
Because now the new black media is controlling the narrative.
Hold it down real quick. I'll be right back.
My thing, and then you know what's really sad is, first of all, that it is actually going to help, because there are masses of our people who really just vote with whoever they see on TV first and all that there. Okay. But the idea that an intelligent voter is going to forget who this dude, like, we know who you are. You're not here for us. You're not helping us. I don't care how many black folks you get, how many shows you get on and say whatever you're going to get on. You done proved you ain't helped us yet. Right. But you're going to help us next week? No, we're not on your agenda. You just want somebody to parade. It's more what we was just talking about, right? More of that posturing and parading. But baby, where is what you talking about? Oh, you know what? One of these days I'm a cook for you. One of these days I'm a cook for you. Vote me in to be the head of the kitchen. I'm gonna cook for you one of these days. We don't stop. You ain't cook for us yet. I don't care who you get to paint your picture. I don't care whose show you go on and how good the food looks that you cook for other motherfuckers. Excuse me. You ain't. We starving. Still hungry.
If you're gonna decide to vote for me or Trump, you ain't black. And think you still gonna get?
Don't that take some? I was hot when I heard that. See, you gotta be kidding me.
Charlamagne the Coon that on the Breakfast Club.
A hot mess. See, that's why me and you. That's why cats like us ain't on them kind of shows, because I would have cussed that. Like, is you kidding me? To say something like that?
They think they got the black vote in the bag. They think just because they black, they think just because they Democrat, and they got a D by their name, that your black ass is gonna vote for them.
It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense at all. I don't even understand how now, like I said earlier, I do see how some people can really be invested in the political process because they really believe that once we get inside and we're able to use political leverage, we can make change. And excuse me, I understand that, right? I'm not trying to be hard on the black voters, but I don't understand these people that actually have it in their mind that anyone that is currently or ever in the past has been part of that machine is going to do us any good. Like, they have already sworn to allegiances. They already got people paying their bills. They already have agreements. They already have contracts and covenants and things in place. They're not going to represent us. They're not going to represent us. You got to get the grassroots people.
The older, it's a generational thing. The boomers, they're gonna vote blue no matter who. They have pledged allegiance to the Democratic Party because of the Civil Rights Act, which benefits everybody but us.
Okay.
So they don't vote blue no matter who. Who they're worried about is the 50 and under. So the Gen Xers, millennials such as myself, the Zs such as your son, and the ones that's coming after him, which are the alphas.
Mm-hmm.
Alphas ain't
let me tell you what, they're gonna have them some problems with Generation Z, because Generation Z is not here for the BS. They're not here for the BS, okay, at all. They're not playing the game. They do not care. They have already figured out that it is completely corrupt and that they have completely left the world in a shambles for them. And they, like, talking to my daughters, I've got daughters that are 20 and 17, and we kick it a lot. We talk about all kind of stuff, right? You can imagine, right? With me as a mother, right?
Right.
But like the way that that generation is understanding the world, they are completely divested from this political game, from capitalism. Like, they're not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. They got a problem with that generation coming up. That's why they're drugging them. That's why they got them on all kind of, mood controlling, this and that. Like, they got them on all kind of prescriptions, and they're feeding them the trashiest, most useless crap they can through the media, because they are trying to dull and kill that spirit of them young cats. I'm telling you, them young cats are going to be a very hard sell to get to fall in line with the BS. They're just not going for it. They're just not going for it.
Right. The Biden-Harris administration now wants to appoint a director of Black media to enhance outreach to Black voters. So they want to get that 18 to 35 crowd, and it's not going to happen.
That ain't going to work. That ain't gonna work for them cats. They gotta do better than that. That ain't gonna work for them cats. You talking about young kids who, like I said, my kids are voting age. Yeah, my son that's locked up is voting age. My 20-year-old, I talk to her all the time. She's voting age, right? She's saying to me stuff like, why my generation, my generation, we just don't even see why we would go and work for a lot of these companies that we know are making millions and billions of dollars, and they can't even pay you enough to be able to shop in their store. You can't even buy you can work for the grocery store full time, but you are not making enough money to pay your rent and also buy groceries. Like, her generation, and they realize that is because of the way that the legal system and the legislature, they realize that that's a governmental thing. They understand. They're not stupid. They understand that the people in power have made that possible.
Yep. And they have screwed the future generations.
Ruined. Look, listen, I'm telling you, it's a different game. It's a whole new generation. So he can go ahead and do whatever he wants and shuck and jive. And Hillary had her hot sauce in her bag and all that, right?
Yeah. And you had Polly Martin doing the jig with her. But the roly-poly Martins, the Jeff Farts, the Joyless Reeds, the Tiffany Cross-Eyes, the Angela Rise, the Bussy Gillums, they don't speak for us.
No, they don't.
The new black media speaks for us, and as the signal boosters of the new black media, we're gonna continue to speak for us. So, one of the prominent voices of the new black media, sister by the name of Lisa Cabrera, she gonna give us the update on this desperation mode from the Democrats to increase outreach to black voters. Now all of a sudden, it's election time. Now you want to come around black people. I'll be right back, sister.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh shit! I don't think you can hear it. I don't think you can hear it on. I can't hear it over here. Video. Sister, can you hear the video or no?
I can't hear it. I figured that's what you was working on. Yeah, no, there's no sound from the side.
You can hear it?
No, sir.
Okay, let me see if you can hear it now.
Biden Harris.
Can you hear it
they
now?
know they're in trouble with the black vote. No matter how much they try to put on airs and act like everything is so great in the neighborhood, we know it's not. We know it's nowhere close to being great. And look at what's happening. They hired a director of black media. Have you ever seen the Democratic Party hire such a position before? I have never seen this before.
I'm sorry, sister.
It
We're be doing a little transfer from the back room to.
They won't come out, and
I'm just
they're showing it in their actions. You don't have to say it. We see what you're doing. So her name is Jasmine.
We've been running on the same lines.
That's what her name is.
I can't stop his.
And she has been selected,
but
director of black media. And
initially, I wanted him to come back.
The 2024 re-election of Joe Biden.
Set up for him to come back.
You know, they're trying to, in my opinion,
take over.
They're trying to,
and I want to participate. So I can't pay
anything for you.
Another room if I have.
At this point, you're willing to pay top dollar to do so. So the goal is to focus heavily on the black community.
I got the YouTube. I don't know where the queue is.
Or giving something exclusively to the black community. That's what they're attempting to do. Because if you think they're going to let go of benign and neglect, they are never letting that go.
What?
And you could rest assured if Joe Biden
On the
gets
YouTube?
in, he is going to get in and do the same thing he did the first time. Get in there and for the next 4 years, ignore the Black community. Act like you don't exist, or they'll keep coming back with that. Well, what we do for everybody also helps the Black community. That's all they're going to keep doing. They're going to keep playing that same broken record. Oh, okay, so this woman is clearly an insider.
Episode 50?
It says that she was a former staffer for Chuck Schumer. Okay. And
I pulled it up.
Move come after the re-election campaign of Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris invested
for this
ad buys targeting Black communities last year. So for 13 months ahead of the election, which we know is on November 5th. So our campaign is going to win in 2024 by mobilizing the diverse Biden-Harris coalition that sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House in 2020. Black voters are a critical part of the winning coalition. Clinton votes.
All right, sorry about this.
President, principal deputy campaign manager. This is what they said. So while President Biden and Vice President Harris have been fighting for Black
Not
Americans,
this one, but the other one, because this one comes a little.
Why don't you stop? Why don't you stop?
On mine, I don't really have these problems.
And Joe Biden they barely speak to us.
Because
only speaking to Black people now because they're looking at the polls, they're looking at the numbers. They looked at that uncommitted vote, and they see things are shifting. They ain't thinking about us every day. And if they are, they're thinking about more ways to benign and neglect us.
That's right, Lisa.
It is true. Go ahead, you are paused right there, and then so you can switch back over there a little bit.
Let me just move on, y'all.
About that, Belly.
Our campaign has already made the largest investment in Black media for re-election campaigns starting in August of last year, and organizing on the ground in key communities. Now, I want to know, who have y'all been going to for your media? Media out here? I mean, I'm on social media every day. Do y'all see their media out here? Okay.
Yep. That's why we stick to the new media.
So, they go on to see Jasmine Harris. There is no one better to communicate the stakes of this election directly to Black voters across the country. Jasmine is an immensely seasoned and talented operative who will hit the ground running, and we are thrilled to have her join our team.
You know what it is.
Jasmine Harris, who left her role as African-American media for Majority Leader Schumer to take her new position. Says she's extremely grateful to work on the Biden-Harris campaign team, which she described as dedicated to ensuring our country,
have good mushrooms.
The strong and trustworthy.
In the White House, that's where I go to get my hookup.
And President
use your plug.
It just looked like he's just rocking with the good mushrooms.
Continue to fight.
He looked always like he's smoked up. You know what I mean? Doesn't he look like he got mushrooms?
She don't know how to lay on the butt kissing heavy.
Who else said they were operative?
I'll give her that much.
And he asked her about the pale money.
Oh yeah.
Orders and outlets must always have a
I was like this.
Our nation's political leadership.
This is the first time I ever heard some Black person actually tell the truth that this took dark money. And they were mad at me. Them Democratic shills and black women.
I am thrilled.
The mammies, they were upset. They just so quick to take off camera.
He advocated for Black reporters and the national media outlets to have access to Capitol Hill. She often briefed
They really don't like me, huh, Jesse?
Democratic caucus on her decision with those reporters.
They don't like me because I'll be saying they're bed wrenching and real life mammies and kind of
staffers within the caucus.
I don't say it just to insult them. They're showing their actual
Harris
value to us. You know what I mean? It's just nobody's brave enough to say it.
The Michigan House of Representatives.
We're calling a motherfucker a man just for the fuck of it. Yeah. I don't do that. You're acting like it. Yeah, because I don't like it.
Opposing part of the Black media. Oh, they're already listening to us anyway. In order for them to make this move, they are listening, and they are listening hard. You know, and
what you saying, babe?
They're listening, but they don't want to reach out to the opposer.
Okay.
You know, they don't want to reach out to opposing people.
Jesse, pause.
You know, they want the bootlicks online, but
our guest can go ahead and get
the voters, because we just don't communicate with them like that. Those people do not resonate within their own community. So if those are the kind of people you're reaching out to, then that's pretty counterproductive. That's all I'm telling you. We are not feeling those folks.
Okay, yeah. Well, that was too late now. I'm going to give you closing statements, sister. I'm sorry about that. Too late now. That's all right.
Yes. That's what's hitting it. She was right on. She knows what it is. It's just absurd. It's just posturing. It's what they always do. They try to present a face to get us to sign on. They don't, whatever. So shout out to the sister for landing a fly job. You know what I'm saying? All right, you're the appointed director of Black media outreach, what have you. That's a fly job, Whatever, girl, do your thing. But we know it doesn't. I don't think mature voters, woke voters, anybody that's paying the attention is impressed by these kinds of antics. You know what I'm saying? Joe. And I don't know who would vote for Joe Biden. I wouldn't care if he was the best president ever. The fact is, the man he's done. He needs to stay on the dock of the bay, do some fishing or something. I don't think that people will help. I mean, I don't know what they plan to say to the Black media that they think is going to sway in anybody with any sense. Come on, it's just too much damage has been done.
Yeah, too much damage has been done to really, really help their cause. I mean, too much damage has been done. You don't let us get invaded, and not to mention, where the fuck have you been for three years at the border? It's been all empty and free for all. Just off top of that, but the fact that you let other issues take precedence over Black people, again, knowing that
you said you was gonna have Black people's back,
right?
Like they had yours,
right? You're not. You haven't. You lived it.
Remember that? Yeah.
And people, that was like a play. It's like, you're not Black if you don't vote for him. And you went and rushed your Black ass out there and voted for him to show him what?
Exactly. To show what your mama raised. All you did was prove that your mama raised a fool running out there because he said you ain't Black if you don't vote for him.
You couldn't let your skin just speak for itself. You just had to go and show how Black.
That was anybody but Trump people.
Oh my God!
Black folks are stupid for even the way that they perceive Trump, because that man ain't as much the enemy as they would like to think. And I'm not here to say run out and vote for him or nothing like that. But if I had to vote, which I think the most high that I do not, but if I had to vote between them two, I would vote for Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you had to,
I'd rather somebody's going to stand up in my face and say the type of stuff that he'll stand up in your face and say. And frankly, a lot of the stuff that he said that Black folks didn't like, you only don't like it because it's true. Like when he say things like, "You ain't got nothing to lose. You may as well vote for me. You ain't got nothing to lose. Ain't nobody else ever done you no good because they act like you don't exist after." He's like, "Listen, I ain't trying to say I'm trying to be friends or nothing here, nothing like that. But y'all been getting screwed."
He was the only one that met with Ice Cube too, or was willing to meet with Ice Cube.
Yep.
Sleepy Jim Crow said, "We meet with you after the election." Well, it's been almost 4 years. That meeting still ain't took place.
It's all bad all the way around, and the fact that the way that they promoted it to us, we really don't even have any kind of options or choices except not to. You don't have to vote. You know, it's a choice. You don't have to. I didn't vote in this primary because I was like, man, this is that whack ass nonsense. I'm not going to. I'll vote.
I'm not signing my name to them cats. We need to understand something. That's one thing. That's why they push for people to vote. Because when you vote, you're actually signing on. You're giving your energetic okay to whatever they do once they get in that position. So now you can't really complain about the state that you're in when the state that you're in is the result of the actions of this person that you specifically said you were giving your stamp of approval on. And I don't support that. You have to vote better of two evils. I don't play that game. I don't have to Jack Diddley, Michael Jackson prove we ain't even got to stay black and die. Okay.
Right. Right.
And I'm an immortal, so I ain't even got to die. So there's nothing that I have to do out in these streets except glorify my
suggestion. I'm glad you made that suggestion, but I got to do shit.
Right? And to be honest, not voting is a vote. It is a vote. It's saying I have no confidence in this system to represent my interests. You know what I'm saying? That's what it says. And so I think that that's something that our people forget is that we don't have to vote for none of them jokers.
That's what I said.
We don't have to show up and nothing and be counted for nothing. Yeah, count me as I'm not playing your game no more. Count that.
Right.
And then if you want to count something after that, count that reparations dollars.
That's right.
I don't want to hear about counting nothing else. No, you can't count my vote. You can't count my vote till I can count that bank account.
That's right.
Right. Exactly. Thank you. We hope you come back on again anytime you want. We enjoyed having you.
Yeah. This was like
staying up late with us.
We're on Saturday, Sunday, and Mondays.
Yeah.
We have a three-part Front Line Blacc News on for 3 days. 3 days out the week. 3 weekend. So if you want, we'll send you an invitation tomorrow. If you can get on, you can get on. It was fun having you.
That'd be great.
Thank you for coming on, sister, and thank you for sharing your story. And anytime you, like I said, we'll send you a link. Just send out the links, so he'll send you a link, and you come on again tomorrow or whatever. But we're so thankful that you got to come on and hang out with us.
Yeah, I'm glad y'all have me, man. I'm really glad you have me.
Help her son put some money on his books. That's the cash out right there.
Yeah, I'll get it to him. Just put a tag, his name on there for Zox, and I'll get it to him. He'll be tickled to know that people care, but build the awareness, just keep building the awareness, not just for him, but for the injustice in general that people are suffering and things. But you guys are doing a great thing here, man. It's a real cool show, so I'd love to come back anytime. Just shoot me an invite and I'll show up. Sorry I can't stay later, but hallelujah. It's 3:03. So I'm gonna do a few things before I crash. Okay. So but thank you, man. Salute, shalom, blessings. Good to meet you, sis, brother.
Yeah, you too.
Yes, ma'am. My power.
Bye-bye.
Shalom.
So Jesse, you gonna switch up over here?
Yeah, I can. Let me do that.
I don't know how to get up.
I can roll over.
Yeah. Family, we're gonna do a little quick switcheroo, because like I said, I'm going through a very dire situation right here, and I can't sit in this chair any longer. I have to actually convert back there, but I still want to participate. So I'm gonna have Jesse go ahead and scoot himself back over here to the back room. He put his dinner plate in front of me because this shit smells so righteous. It like, I would just like go off camera right quick and take like 4 bites of his dinner and you come back and there wouldn't be shit over here. You know what I mean? It smells so delectable right here. He's like added extra. He left me only a handful of seasonings back here. You went over there and got
she got more seasonings back there.
you had ham on the seasoning as a little dinner plate. It smells awfully righteous right here. You put it right in front of me. I was like, yeah. I wanted to participate still, which was initially our agreement with, or when we started the show. I wanted to participate, and I wanted to come back here, but I didn't set it up for him to succeed. So we had to go do it in the back. So we switched off. But now that it's set up, I didn't realize that my condition was getting worse as the evening went by. So now I need him to come up here to finish the broadcast, or at least for the our part 1, finish our broadcast, and then I could go in the back and I can be still so that the condition can do what it subside. It's too long to get into. It's too long to get into. However, this stress is a big part of it. So, when I say I'm on Black vacation, I'm on Black vacation and try to be like stress free, because apparently the old body does not handle stress well. So, I'm gonna go off camera for 1 minute, and Jesse's gonna switch spots with me. As you can see, he's coming in. Say hi to people, baby.
They can't see me.
They can see you. You're right there.
I can't even see myself.
It's because you got your stuff.
It's so dark.
Yeah, I'm like so light right now with I think I need a Gatorade. put back some electrolytes, but right now I'm looking kind of extra pale, more so than usual. So I can't really get into it, but it's not oh yeah, okay, cool. I can't really get into it. We're oh yeah, we already got there. All right, I'm gonna go off camera for 1 second just so I can switch spots with Jesse, and then we're gonna carry on with our broadcast. I put it right here, Jesse, too. This is your
that's cool.
Yeah, right here, right?
Yeah.
I did not put it on the Facebook thing or the Twitter, so I don't really know how to maneuver you like that. That was what we were cute. We loved each other. Okay.
I'm Facebook restricted for 6 days, y'all.
You are?
Yep.
Look to South Family. You'll see the Cash App running on the bottom once in a while for me. We have to raise $100 by Monday, or else there's not going to be any shows going on this end. So we're doing our best. It's been quite the struggle.
Yes, it has.
Good, baby. I'm in the back.
All right,
so you might not see me, family, but I'm back here still actively participating.
I'm going to finish this video. Elisa Cabrera.
You took another towel. Yeah. And I dropped one on the floor and I can't find it.
You can't take no more.
Yeah.
It's going to take 6 and 24 hours.
Yes, you see how long that they barely took the edge off. It's not really helping.
Those are 500 milligrams. Did you
see Chewbacca driving on the clear road?
Yeah. Because he's in Albuquerque.
Yeah. We're excited about Chewbacca driving home now.
Going to for your media. Do y'all see their media out here? I mean, I'm on social media every day. Do y'all see their media out here? Okay, I'm just saying. So, they go on to say Jasmine Harris, there is no one better equipped to communicate the stakes of this election directly to Black voters across the country.
Jasmine is an immensely seasoned and talented operative who will hit the ground running, and we are thrilled to have her join our team. Jasmine Harris, who left her role as African-American media for Majority Leader Schumer to take her new position. She says she is extremely grateful to work on the Biden-Harris campaign team, which she described as dedicated to ensuring our country keep the strong and trustworthy leaders it needs in President Biden and Vice President Harris as we continue to fight for progress. Well, she sure know how to lay on the butt kissing heavy.
Right?
I'll give her that much. Black reporters and outlets must always have a seat at the table as it relates to our nation's political leadership. Jasmine Harris said, especially when the stakes are as high as they are this election.
We hear that every 4 years.
She added, I am thrilled to join a campaign that understands that. While working for Schumer's office, she advocated for Black reporters and the national media outlets to have access to Capitol Hill. She often briefed Schumer and members of the Senate Democratic Caucus on her decisions with those reporters, and also served as a liaison between the Majority Leader's office and digital staffers within the caucus. Before working on Capitol Hill, Jasmine Harris was a digital media director for the Democratic Caucus of the Michigan House of Representatives, where she spearheaded the digital communication and social media presence. I wonder if they want to listen to the opposing part of the Black media. Oh, they're already listening to us anyway. In order for them to make this move, they're listening to us, y'all.
Oh, yeah, big time.
They are listening, and they are listening hard.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and they're listening, but they don't want to reach out to the opposer. You know, they don't want to reach out to opposing people. They want to kick, you know, they want the bootlicks online. But let me tell you, the bootlicks are not going to reach the voters.
Exactly.
Because we just don't communicate with them like that. Those people do not resonate within their own community.
Exactly.
So if those are the kind of people you're reaching out to, then that's pretty counterproductive.
Exactly.
That's all I'm telling you. We are not feeling those folks. Right. So anyway, Joel Payne, a Democratic strategist who served as director for African-American paid media for Hillary Clinton's campaign, said Biden-Harris campaign hiring a director of Black media demonstrates the party's commitment to the Black community. Actually, it doesn't. As long as they don't have an agenda for us, then they're not showing any commitment at all. That's my opinion. These types of investments in experienced staff that correspond directly to the core constituents show that the president and his team understand what it will take to keep their coalition together for 2024. It's encouraging to see Biden's campaign investing early in organizing and engaging Black voters. This type of hire is good news for those in the Democratic Party who have been eager to see the campaign take greater shape and direction.
Desperation, yo.
So the campaign is not naive to the fact that the polling shows that Black voters are not particularly enthusiastic about supporting a second term of Biden-Harris administration. You know what, y'all? You know what this is proving? It's proving that those of us that are getting on the platform and we're demanding reparations, we're demanding they do something about qualified immunity, and we are demanding a crime bill, they're paying attention to us the most.
Mm-hmm.
This is proof.
Yep.
This is proof right here. This is proof. So the campaign officials and Democratic strategists continue to argue that any dismal polling will dissipate as the election day draws nearer. I don't believe that. I don't believe it will. You got to look at the circumstances of what's going on now. Yeah, you're going to get people on board, but you're going to also have people walking away.
Yep.
Right now, I would say everything is very split in the Black community right now. You don't have the people on board today that you did in 2020.
Nope.
And you got to also remember, in 2020, we did not go through a Biden administration yet.
Right.
But this time around, we did.
Yep.
And that is the big difference right there.
Yep. That's it.
You know, many of our folks don't take kindly to being ignored and sitting back and watching you do for everybody else. But when you come down to the Black community, is always what we do for everybody. It impacts the Black community too. Well, why didn't you say that to Asians when you gave them that crime bill? Why didn't you tell them, well, what laws we got on the books will also impact Asians? Why didn't you tell them that? Why don't you tell the migrants that, you know, whatever you do will impact them too? No, you are getting off your butt and you're doing for all of these different groups.
Yep.
But when it comes down to us, we got to go with the everybody crap from you, you know, and that's what you won't listen to. And if you say to us, well, if we just do something for Black people, it will never pass, then you're just showing your racism. You're proving what I have said all along. All of politics is rooted in racism. If you can't get nothing pushed through for us, then that in fact would have to be true. So y'all, you know, they go on and say, you know, it's important for us to make sure that people understand and, you know, he gets credit for work he's done.
What work?
Well, give us our reparations. That would be some great work he can do.
Exactly.
You know, you got to stop ignoring the people that are speaking out. See, that's one thing about the Democrats. Y'all are great at ignoring, especially us.
Mm-hmm.
You're experts at ignoring.
We hear you.
Instead of saying, you know what, there is something we need to do. We need to go that extra mile. You won't do it, you know? And Joe Biden seems to have executive orders for every single cause except for ours. So here's what I have to say for this article. Maybe your director of Black media can reach out to the illegal immigrants, reach out to the Asians, and anybody that you exclusively did something for, and perhaps they can get those votes for you. Maybe they can reach out in a way that they can capture those votes. You know, maybe the migrants can't vote for you, but send them out on the street and make them hold up signs. Maybe they can do at least that much for you. Y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and support.
Please do the same for Front Line Blacc News. Get them, Lisa. Oh my God. Okay. Lady Chan, what are your thoughts on this?
I think it's kind of shitty that now they want to do hire a director of Black media
Yeah,
to reach the Black voters finally. I mean, like, well, either way, like, since when are we really listening to Democratic shills?
Never.
You know what I mean? So it's still a shield.
We control the narrative. They don't.
The fact that they went all out their way because they knew that they lost when they lost Black men.
Yeah.
They knew that Black women were right around the corner.
And that's actually our next topic: is Black women are getting on cold.
Yeah, when they lost I think personally, like, this is one of those things where I feel like I don't understand why now Black women, you should have followed the men when they were leaving fucking hand over fist months and months ago. They were leaving the Black they were leaving and their vote was going. You should have been on board and went with them. I mean, that's what we do over here. You know, he says this, I'm going with him on that. You know what I mean? Black women should have followed the Black men out when he didn't want to vote for the being part of the democratic process. You know, and decided to look elsewhere for you know, to put his vote at. Should have been on board with that. So why now are you now better late than never? And I just don't understand why it took so long. I really don't, really, to be honest, because I wasn't like, you said we were going to do that. All right, what did we do? I went with you on whatever you said, right? Yeah. So it's like, I just don't understand. But better late than never. Better late than never, ladies. But when they lost the Black men, you should have took it seriously then. They were ignoring the fact that Black men weren't interested in voting Democrat. You know, and now you want to hire. Now you want to, because Trump's creating AI fucking Black poses, and you know he's trying to talk to Black people. And now you feel compelled when you didn't give a damn about Black people before. Now you want to hire a director to try to talk to us and shit. I find that kind of shameful and stupid. However, whatever strategy you think is going to work,
it's desperation.
It is desperation. I don't support it. That's about it. That's all I gotta say about that. I just feel like
desperation from
now you want to hire a director
because they don't control the narrative,
right.
And they're realizing that. So now they're trying to get ahead of it, but it's too late. You're not going to be able to attract those voters, those Black voters. It's just not.
Nope.
Especially that 35 and under crowd, the 50 and under crowd. You're definitely not.
You check the shields
and the elders.
Coons.
And the old ass coons. The old head coons.
Right.
That's it. Okay, so I skipped the topic. So Sleepy Jim Crow Biden administration permits 30,000 migrants from 4 countries monthly into the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa gonna give us the update on this as well.
It's good to see everybody here. Sorry for the delay. Life happens. Right. So we're going to talk about something that Joe Biden has been doing, and many people were not aware of it until now. And what he's doing is bringing in 30,000 migrants per month. This is in addition to the ones that are crossing illegally. So, boy, they really want these migrants to come in here and give us hell. That's what they want. That's why they're throwing them directly into the Black community. Mm-hmm. But it's just not turning out like that. It's not turning out like that, y'all. And these migrants are ultimately turning on them.
Yep.
They're going after them.
Mm-hmm.
So, I consider that a very divine thing. Mm-hmm. You had evil intentions to get a whole new group of people that we know nothing about, they don't know us, and get them to turn on us but they're turning on them. I really believe that really, truly is a divine thing right there. It really is. Yeah, they got disdain towards us, and they say all of the same stereotypes that these folks say that they made up against us. And, that rings true. But in the same token, many of them are saying, why should we go after Black people? They don't have nothing. We want to go after the people that got money, and they know who got the money up in here. So let's go ahead and get started. I think what Joe Biden is doing is absolutely rotten. But as long as it's against us, he could care less. And that's their overall attitude. Okay, y'all. If you can see my screen, give me a 1. And trust me, he's been doing this for quite some time. And I really believe the media knew this was going on. They're just bringing it out now. If we're hearing about it now, it done gone on for quite some time. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get into it. So the Biden administration started this program that allows 30,000 migrants to come in here from 4 different countries. And they tried to strike it down in court, and the court upheld it. So this will continue. You'll have 30,000 coming in every single month. Court says there's nothing wrong with them doing this. So, all right, so let's get into this. All right, I don't know why this thing did that. All right, that's okay. All right. So the Biden administration can keep operating a program that allows a limited amount of migrants from 4 countries to enter the U.S. on humanitarian grounds, after a federal judge on Friday dismissed a challenge from the Republican-led states. U.S. District Court Drew B. Tipton, they said, Texas and 20 other states had not shown they had suffered financial harm because of the humanitarian parole program that allows up to 30,000 asylum seekers into the U.S. each month. And here's the countries. They're coming in from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Yeah, we sure got a lot of them from Venezuela. You can best believe that. So they said that was something the state needed to prove to the legal standing to bring the lawsuit. So I guess they made an attempt and they failed. In researching this conclusion, the courts did not address the lawfulness of the program. Eliminating the program would undercut a broader policy that seeks to encourage migrants to use the Biden administration preferred pathway into the U.S. or face stiff consequences. The states led by Texas had argued the program is forcing them to spend millions on healthcare, education, and public safety for migrants. An attorney working for the Texas Attorney General's office in the legal challenge said the program created a shadow immigration system. It did, because they're flying these people in at night into the United States. So they don't want it out in the open. They're doing it when most people are not paying attention. It's nighttime and flights are coming in. More than likely, it's probably like 2 a.m. when they get here.
Yeah.
Advocates for the federal government countered the migrants admitted through the policy helped with the U.S. farm labor shortage. Shoot. Okay, so what do you do with the ones that are coming in here and saying they're not going to work? They're just going to collect the money.
Mm.
Okay. The White House welcomed the ruling, the district court decision based on the success of the program, which has expanded lawful pathways for nationals from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela who have a sponsor in this country or pass our rigorous vetting process. Oh my goodness, y'all don't have no vetting process. Man, get out of here.
If you're on code with white supremacy, that's the
while dramatically decreasing the number of nationals from those countries crossing the southwest border. The White House spokesperson, Angelo Hernandez, that's their name, Angelo Hernandez. Man, okay. So the Texas Attorney General's office did not immediately reply to messages seeking comment. An appeal by Texas and other states seems likely. Since the program was launched in the fall of 2022, more than 357,000 people from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela have been granted parole and allowed to enter the country through January. Haitians have been they've been the biggest group. They're saying the Haitians have actually been the biggest group to use the program. And there have been 138,000 people from Haiti arriving, followed by Venezuela. They had 86,000 people from that country, 74,000 Cubans, and 58,000 people from Nicaragua. Well, I can imagine Haiti, being that it's gotten far worse there. And yeah. I did see the stories. The president is resigning. Mm-hmm. So it is really a mess. The gangs in Haiti got full control of the country now. Okay, so the migrants must apply online, arrive at an airport, and have a financial sponsor in the U.S. If approved, they can stay for 2 years and get a work permit. Joe Biden has made unprecedented use of parole authority, which has been in effect since 1952 and allows presidents to let people in for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. Esther Sung, an attorney for Justice Action Center, which represents 7 people who were sponsoring migrants as part of the program, said she was looking forward to calling her clients to let them know of the court's decision, which means it's going to be a lot more coming. Wow. It's a popular program. People want to welcome other people to this country, she said. Wow. So, they're just talking about, the migrants saying they're looking forward to starting their new life in America, all that kind of stuff. So during the August trial in Victoria, Texas, Tipton declined to issue a temporary order that would halt the parole program nationwide. So that attorney, Tipton, is an appointee of Donald Trump, who ruled against the Biden administration in 2022 on an order that determined who to prioritize for deportation. Some states said that the initiative has been a benefit to them. One Nicaraguan migrant admitted into the country through the process filled a position at a farm in Washington state that was struggling to find work. So this attorney, Tipton, questioned how Texas could be claiming financial losses if data show that the parole program actually reduced the number of migrants coming into the U.S. the courts has and before a case in which plaintiffs claim they have been injured by the program and that has actually lowered their out-of-pocket costs. So when the policy took effect, the Biden administration had been preparing to end the pandemic policy, and the border, known Title 42, that barred migrants from seeking asylum at ports of entry and immediately expelled many who entered illegally. Proponents of the policy also faced scrutiny from Tipton, who questioned whether living in poverty was enough for migrants to qualify. Well, they must have qualified because they're still coming every single month by plane. Federal government attorneys and immigrant rights group said that in many cases, Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans are also fleeing oppressive regimes, escalating violence and worsening political conditions that have endangered their lives. The lawsuit did not challenge the use of humanitarian parole for tens of thousands of Ukrainians who came after the Russian invasion. It was among several legal challenges the Biden administration has faced over the immigration policies. Oh no, see, as soon as the Ukrainians got here, they made sure they got them homes rent-free. Remember, they got rent-free apartments and homes. They gave them money and they gave them Social Security, and they got legal status. See, that's what they do for anything that comes out of Europe and it looks just like them. But anyone else, it's all different. It's all different. So the lawsuit, they said, they're expecting an appeal over this. So the program supporters said that, there should be a final approval step after arriving in the U.S., but they have been rejected, though they did not provide the number of rejections that have occurred. So Friday's decision is a clear win for the Biden administration. And so now y'all know, on top of what's coming across the border is coming by plane every single month, a total of 30,000 from 4 different countries. Wow. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, they're showing you it can get worse. But you know what, y'all? This is really an act of desperation for people that cannot reproduce anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you can't really pluck but so many from Europe because they're not reproducing over there either.
Right.
So these people from the south of the border are the next best thing in their eyes. So that's why they're just practically running to those countries and snatching them out, because they think they can compensate for what they're lacking in. And they're going to soon learn there is no migrants that are going to replace them at all. You see what's happening. You already got the criminal class and the inmates that were in prison over there. They're now here. That's why you see the crime going through the roof. So, and how many on these planes that are coming in here are also part of a criminal element. You can't tell me none of them are. I bet you every dime in my wallet, there's criminals on these planes among these 30,000 that they're bringing in here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? All the stuff that's going on here. It just seems like it's almost like America is purposely trying to break the system. And part of me think they are, because they know there's no hope for them. You know, they want to rule so bad. When we get the kingdom and get back on top, they want to rule badly, but there is no more rulership for them. This is really over for them. But that's what they really want more than anything. They want to stay in power, despite the fact that they've done a horrible job in leading. They have been horrible leaders. But they seem to think they're good leaders. They have never been good leaders. They have always been horrible leaders. That's why the world, through and through is violent. You couldn't find a spot on this earth that's not violent to save your mama's life at this point. And that's all they have literally given us. They have given us a violent world to live in. Yeah, they know. Yeah, because we all remember back in 2021 when them Haitians were in Texas and what happened, those, at the border, and those men on horseback with the horses' reins using it on them. And yeah, they got them out of here. They deported them folks. But now, the Haitians announced, because I did the video on it probably about 2-3 weeks ago, that they were suing the US government for discrimination. They were taking in certain people from different nations, but they were rejecting the Black immigrants coming in. So, technically, they don't care about nobody from Haiti. And if they didn't have to take them in, they wouldn't. But I can imagine it's going to be even more coming in from Haiti, just looking at the situation of what's going on there. Yeah. It just seems unbearable just looking at it. But my heart goes out to them. That's got to be a terrible thing to have violent gangs ruling in your country. Yeah, that can't be a good thing for anyone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you can expect Biden to, do these little sneaky things and getting these folks in here is to be expected. These folks really believe this is the answer to their problem, their low reproductive problem. They think this is the answer. And this will never be the answer, y'all. It will never be the answer. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And, it's going to get worse here in the US as they keep piling them in. We already believe it's bad with the crime they've brought to America, but it's about to turn up, y'all. There was an article that came out about a week ago. One of those migrants did a drive-by, got a gun, and went, up there in Chicago, and one of those migrants got arrested for doing a drive-by. And in Washington State, another migrant killed a cop. So we're what, a week away from spring. Actually, our spring starts tomorrow for the Hebrews. And the spring the Gentiles go by, I believe, starts next Thursday, is going to be their first day of spring. So we're already here. The weather is already turning. We're in the 70s. And as it warms up, man, them folks are going to turn up like you never seen before. You just wait and see. That's why people are saying it's not a matter of if they get guns, it's when. Yeah, because it's gonna go tenfold. Mm-hmm. So Everybody, please enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, it's just unbelievable, the stuff that we're watching. It is unbelievable.
Right.
And this is what your politicians are doing, and they got the nerve to believe they should have everyone's vote. It's just unbelievable.
It is. It really is.
So everybody, make sure you come back tomorrow for my next.
Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. All right, well, thank you, Lisa, for that awesome commentary. But see, this is what that voting blue, no matter who gets you. So now they want to bring in 30,000 more illegals, or these are supposed to be the legal ones, from 4 different countries. So this is what y'all gonna. Y'all vote for Super Jim Crow Biden. This is gonna be vote for more of this come November. Let me change. That's down on the show. Maybe change out for the count, y'all. I'll probably be able to get to one more topic before we shut it completely down. Yeah, let's continue to say these Democrats mean us no good. No good, no good. They still prioritizing everybody over us, including illegals and non-citizens. Okay. So now we're heading to the Windy City. Lisa was just talking about the illegals in Chicago pulling drive-bys. Well, the administration, the Democratic administration over there, is also doing any and everything for the illegals. So we're gonna go to that next. Damn, Johnson, y'all need to recall him. If y'all in Chicago, y'all need to definitely recall him. Y'all got rid of Lightfoot and hopped out the fire, hopped out the pan into a even bigger fire. So, what is it? So, California, but no. Yeah. That's really weird, y'all. Thank you. Oh my God. Oh shit. Legals had this in Chicago and Denver. Oh, that was TD hip hop. Damn it, now I gotta find the video. Oh, here it is. All right, so it's about 10 minutes.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, because that is the most important thing you can do for me on this channel. What it does is that it helps to make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get their notifications, and it also helps to push this video through the YouTube algorithm. Secondly, if you're new to the channel, or maybe you've been ghost watching the channel for quite some time now, please do me a favor and yourself a favor by hitting the subscribe button, as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button, so you get notified whenever I release a new video. And lastly, please make sure you share this video out on your social media platform to inform your family and friends on this news and information, and it also helps give me a boost to the YouTube algorithm as well. And with the introduction out of the way, let's now get into today's news. And what I want to discuss today is where Biden's migrants are going, because they are starting to fan out to different locations. As we all know, currently as it stands, New York City is no longer New York City. New York City has turned into Gotham City. When you take all of the usual big city foolishness and nonsense that happens in a city like a New York or Chicago and many others, but specifically as it pertains to New York, you take all the crime and murder and things of that nature that typically happens in these big cities, and you take that and place on top of it imported crime from Biden's migrants who are now in New York City of committing violent crimes, right? And then you take the fact that on top of that, you have now the mayor, Eric Adams, openly calling for NYPD to be able to collaborate with ICE by making an amendment to the sanctuary city laws. And we also have to take into consideration the fact that migrant shelters in New York City are increasingly becoming more and more violent, so much so that the mayor of New York is now installing metal detectors inside of multiple migrant shelters throughout the city of New York. So when I say New York City has turned into Gotham City and that their only hope is Batman, that's just the fact of the matter. But with that being said, and with New York being the way it is, this now is causing migrants to fan out and explore other options, to leave New York, those who are already there, and for word of mouth, because word of mouth spreads fast. For those that haven't even crossed the border yet, they're finding out that New York might not be the place to go right now. So let's get into the information and data that's going to inform us on where Biden's migrants are heading. And to do that, what I want to do is head into this Bloomberg article here titled, "This is where new migrants are going when they reach the US." And spoiler alert, they're going to Chicago and Denver. Let's get into this article. Much of the angst around the impact of newly arrived migrants to the U.S. has focused on the biggest cities in New York, Illinois, and Colorado, and immigration court records suggest that those states are indeed among the most affected by the surge. The data also signals that Texas and Florida, which have long complained about the cost of absorbing newcomers, are still among the top destination of migrants. The number of migrants listing an address in Illinois for their immigration court cases jumped ninefold in 2023 compared with just 2 years earlier. The increase was sevenfold in Colorado. And I want to scroll down to this data point here that reads, "The biggest changes are far from the southern border. Percentage increase in the number of new immigration court cases from 2021 to 2023 among states with the most cases last year is Illinois with 821%, Colorado with 665%, and New York with 416%. So Illinois is in the lead. And when we say Illinois, we're talking about Chicago. Chicago is in the lead with Colorado, meaning Denver, in second place. So these are the two cities that are starting to see the largest influx of migrants coming in. And we can expect for these numbers to skyrocket and go up the closer we get to the summer, because the buses coming to these cities have slowed down a bit over the course of the winter. But as the weather starts to change and things start to heat up in cities like Chicago and Denver, we can expect an increase in more buses coming to the city. And with that being said, the number of migrants are going to skyrocket. Now, another data point that I scrolled past, but I do want to go back over to it, is this right here, where it says new migrants made up more than 2% of people in some counties. Number of migrants with new immigration court cases in 2023. And it shows here Queens, Miami-Dade, and Denver are among the counties with highest shares of migrants per capita. So they have a population count of 2% as it pertains to Biden's migrants, 2% in these areas. To me, that's just astonishing. That level of growth within a specific population in such a short period of time. And as you can see here in the center, Cook County, which is the county that Chicago was in Illinois, has a very large percentage as well. They are currently at 1%, but they are on their way to 2% if these numbers hold true that we see here concerning the number of migrants that are reporting themselves as living in the state of Illinois as they send out their information concerning their court cases. To be sure, the data isn't perfect. Relying on the addresses the migrants provide to U.S. officials who are managing their immigration court cases. Sometimes the new arrivals end up going elsewhere or don't yet know where they'll end up. An audit completed in September found that the U.S. Border Patrol records addresses for 18% of migrants were missing, invalid, or not legitimate residential locations. Still, analysts say the immigration court cases provide a general idea of how newcomers are distributed around the country. And I find it very interesting that they would use the word newcomers, because that is actually what Joe Biden described the illegal immigrants as well. He described them not as illegal aliens, not as illegal immigrants, but he described them as newcomers. Now, this piece of information that I'm getting ready to read to you all in this article is what I found was the most interesting piece of information in here. And it reads as such: records also show that the immigrants are increasingly arriving at the border in family clusters, a departure from the past when they were typically single adults. Let's talk about that. And I've spoken on that before in the past, but I want to speak on that again. Immigrants are starting to show up as family clusters more and more, as opposed to single adults. I don't believe a good deal of these so-called migrants, Biden's migrants, are actually families when they come through, because you can't prove any of that to be true. You are unable to prove that if the children that they're at the border with are actually their biological children. There is no marriage certificate that you can look at that says that the man and woman are actually married. There is no identification card that you can look at from their foreign country, or from their country, I should say, where you can match the ID to the birth certificate, or you can match the ID, I should say, to the marriage license and say, okay, you are who you say you are, and you guys are actually married, and you have a birth certificate for your children, and the name of the parent on the birth certificate matches the name that's on this ID, which matches the photo that I'm looking at, which is you. None of that is available. You just have people showing up at the border saying, we're a family. And you're supposed to take them on their word, which apparently we do. And the reason that we're seeing an increase in family clusters versus single adults is because families receive special treatment. Families get to be placed in the front of the line once they get here and start applying for programs in places like New York and Chicago, where they're giving out free housing and paying people's rent, right? They get placed in the front of the line in places like Brunswick, Maine, where they're handing out apartment buildings and they're covering the migrants' rent for 2 years at a time. You get placed in the front of the line when you have a family. This is why we're starting to see this increase. And really what this is an abuse of the kindness, we can say, of the United States. It's an abuse of that kindness, right? It's an abuse of it. And that's exactly what it is, because once again, we don't know who's who. You don't know who's coming into the country. They come here with no identification. There's no way to prove whether or not they are a family or they aren't. There's no way to prove if those are actually their children or they aren't. You can't prove any of it. It's all game at the end of the day, because if I can't prove these things to be true, then I'm going to assume you're lying, because you're already breaking the law by crossing the border illegally, engaging in mass asylum fraud. And that's what's happening in this country right now. Everyone taking advantage of this asylum fraud that's being perpetuated by Biden, who refuses to close the border. We literally have American citizen families in the streets of these major cities all across the country, and they can't find housing. But millions of Biden's migrants are claiming asylum falsely and are getting placed in housing across this country for free. That's free. Fair rate. And I'll leave you with that. So that does it for today's news. Thank you for joining me today. On your way out, please hit the like button, subscribe.
Yep. And make sure y'all do the same for Front Line Blacc News and the Revolutionary Agenda. All right. So yeah, they're coming. And Johnson ain't gonna do nothing about it. They just gonna keep on telling them, come on in. We'll take you here. So Denverites and Chicagoans, we need to issue recalls on both of our mayors and get the overturn the sanctuary city status. Technically, Denver legally is not a sanctuary city, but Chicago is and has been since 1983 under Harold Washington, first Black president of Chicago, or not president, the first Black mayor of Chicago. So yeah, the only reason why there's so-called sanctuary here in Denver is because our coon-ass mayor, our previous coon-ass mayor, Hancoon or Hancock when the dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear, was president his first term. He Hancock had issued a letter to the dump as in human shit when he had the Muslim ban. He had enacted the Muslim ban and the immigration ban. He had issued this notice to him that Denver was a sanctuary city, and they weren't Denver, Colorado wasn't gonna honor any of the stuff that Trump was talking about doing in regards to the illegals. And so what I'm getting at, Black family, is this did not come from a vote of the people. So in both of these cities, Denver and Chicago, this legislation, if you will, did not come from a vote of the people. It came from the executive branch, which was the mayors of both cities. But actually in Chicago, it's actually in the law that's a sanctuary city, whereas Denver is just a city that welcomes illegals or welcomes migrants or immigrants. So definitely in Chicago, y'all need to continue to fight to get the sanctuary city status removed. In Denver, we need to recall Johnston. Team Paris tried to warn you. I didn't want to support Team Paris, so don't get Johnston remorse now, Black Denverites. So moving right along. We are down to the last few topics of the night. We got Ron DeSantis. That's what we call him, or Shabaka calls him, Ron DeSantis. But Ron DeSatan is deploying soldiers to South Florida to prep for the Haitian migrants. So, as the sister was alluding to earlier, there is a serious, we'll call it war, but Haiti is, the people have taken back Haiti, taken over Haiti. They have removed the prime minister, made him resign, the puppet prime minister, puppet president that the Western powers have put in. He has resigned, and now Barbecue and crew are running things. Barbecue himself don't want to be the leader or the president. He just wants somebody else besides the prime minister in that seat. So, in response to this, Ron DeSatan, Mr. Where Woke Goes to Die, of Florida, wants to deploy soldiers to the South Florida to prep for the Haitian migrants. So I'm gonna let that play. It's also TD Media. Shout out to TD Media, formerly TD.
If you've ever voted for my father, I'm asking you to chip in $5, $10, or even $25 to his campaign.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, because that is the most important thing you can do for me on this channel. What that does is that it helps to make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get their notifications, and it also helps to push this video through the YouTube algorithm. Second, if you're new to the channel, or maybe you've been ghost watching for quite some time now, do me a favor and yourself a favor by hitting the subscribe button as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button, so you can be notified whenever I release a new video. And lastly, please make sure you share this video out on your social media platforms to inform your family and friends of this news and information, and that also helps to give me a little boost in the YouTube algorithm. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And boy, oh boy, we're headed back to Florida. We're headed back to Florida today with Ron DeSantis, and it looks like he is sending out the troops to the coast in order to prepare for a potential mass Haitian exodus, to which a multitude of Haitian migrants may potentially be coming to the shores of Florida. So he's sending out the troops essentially to make sure that that doesn't happen, right? So let's get into this news clip right now. I believe it's from CBS Miami for a little bit more information that's detailed. So let's get into that clip right now.
Turning now to the escalating crisis in Haiti, the U.S. is sending a team of Marines to the nation's capital city, Port-au-Prince, in an effort to help protect the U.S. Embassy.
Here's where things stand at this hour. Haiti is now preparing for new leadership after Prime Minister Ariel Henry announced his resignation yesterday. Today is the deadline for names to be submitted for the transition team that will select the country's new leader. Meantime, Governor Ron DeSantis announcing today he is increasing security here at home in an effort to stem a potential migrant influx of Haitians attempting to flee their homeland.
CBS News Miami's Tanya Francois has been following the story daily for us. She joins us live from Florida City with more on the forces being sent from South Florida to Haiti. Tanya?
Elliot, this is the road that leads to the Keys. It's the road law enforcement officers will take under Governor DeSantis' orders. Today, the governor announced he is sending hundreds of officers to stop a potential Haitian migration to Florida. Southcom, based right here in South Florida, issued a statement this morning saying more Marines are on the ground in Haiti to protect the U.S. Embassy and begin preparations for the Kenyan troops expected to restore law and order. Today is the...
For those of you who don't know, that gentleman that we just saw, shooting that off and his gun off into the air, that is the man who has allegedly taken over Haiti. And his nickname is Barbecue. There's a lot of rumors circulating around that he's the leader of a cannibal gang that apparently eats people in Haiti. But I haven't seen any actual credible news outlets that have substantiated that claim. I'm talking about from mainstream news, mainstream media news here in the U.S. I haven't seen that. Independent news outlets, I haven't seen that. Even on international level from Russia Today and Al Jazeera, I just haven't seen anything that substantiates that claim. That seems to be something that's circulating mainly throughout social media. But outside of that, people are really torn right now with this gentleman by the name of Barbecue, who I can't get over that nickname because once again, if I didn't say it already, you got to be a bad man for your name to be Barbecue. Right. And I believe his nickname being Barbecue is what led many people to believe that he's the leader of some cannibal gang, because why else would your nickname be Barbecue? Right. But people are torn right now about him. Some people are saying that Barbecue is just another tyrant. Others are calling him a freedom fighter. All that is yet to be seen, but as time moves on, I guess we'll find out for sure, right? But I just wanted to give you a little bit of information, on this gentleman right here that you see, once again, letting off a few shots in the air. Revolutionary or tyrant? You all let me know what you think in the comment section below concerning Barbecue, for those of you who are familiar with the situation in Haiti.
For the Kenyan troops expected to restore law and order. Today is the deadline for names to be submitted for the transition team after the Prime Minister Ariel Henry promised to resign. Tuesday, the Coast Guard intercepted a boat off the coast of the Bahamas filled with 65 Haitians. They were all sent back. Concerns an influx of migrants from Haiti could reach the state of Florida are growing. Today, Governor DeSantis' office announced almost 400 troops will be moving to protect Florida's border. Here's the breakdown. 39 officers will come from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, or FDLE. 23 officers and 8 Seacraft will come from the Florida Fish and Wildlife. Florida National Guard sending 48 guardsmen with 4 helicopters, and 30 troopers will come from FHP. This week, Miami-Dade Mayor Daniela Levine Cava wrote a letter to President Biden asking for the federal government to step in.
I think we all know Biden isn't going to step in. She's in a line of many mayors that have been sending out letters and trying to set up meetings with Biden to help them with the migrant crisis. Now, this situation is a little bit different, because you're not talking about the migrant crisis as it currently stands. We're talking about an actual situation in Haiti where the country's in complete turmoil, to which there's a possibility of potential mass exodus heading to Florida. So it's slightly separate to a degree. But at the same time, when it comes to anything concerning immigration, Biden is just a lame duck. He's a lame duck. Let's get into what they're going to say right now in here.
And we've called upon.
Let me rewind this back just a little bit since I interrupted. I want to hear that one more time from the top.
Java wrote a letter to President Biden asking for the federal government to step in.
And we've called upon President Biden and his administration to immediately convene an in-person multi-agency community gathering to meet with members of the Haitian American community and with our local authorities to brief us what is going on and what we are doing.
Unfortunately for the mayor of Miami, that just isn't going to happen. Right. That's not going to happen. Right. Biden isn't going to assist Florida at all. And that's if the mass influx of Haitian migrants to the border or to the shores even happens. That's yet to be seen. They have captured, you can say, for lack of better words, that one boat that had about 65 Haitians on it and sent the boat back. But it's yet to be seen whether or not there's going to be a mass influx of just boats on top of boats on top of boats headed to Florida. But nonetheless, with the election right around the corner, Biden is definitely not going to help DeSantis with this. And the reason that that's not going to happen, and you can speculate on numerous reasons for why, but for me, this is a good thing if you're Biden, and it's a good thing if you're part of the Democrat Party, because Joe Biden has a very bad reputation with Haitians, and a bad reputation with the Black community concerning his treatment of Haitians and how he has made it a point to swiftly and quickly deport Haitians at mass in a large scale, so much so that even the United Nations had to step in. For those of you who didn't know, the United Nations had to step in and tap Biden on the shoulder and said, hey, like, this is kind of crazy. Why are you deporting Haitians at such a mass scale, you know, in comparison to everybody else? And even Senator Chuck Schumer had to tap Biden on the shoulder and said, hey, man, the way you're deporting Haitians compared to everybody else, it's not a good look for us. You have to knock it off. You have to stop it. So with that being said, you know, the way in which news comes and goes and, you know, we forget things and it's on to the next. The original situation of Haitians at the border, and we all remember that picture, right? I believe it was from 2021, maybe 2022, when there were some, 10,000 Haitians at the border, some massive number, and Border Patrol shooed them away. We all remember that now iconic photo, you can say, of a Border Patrol on horseback with what seemed to be like he was holding a whip in the air, chasing a Haitian down. That blowback fell on Biden heavy. And what they would love to happen right now with Florida is for there to be a mass Haitian migration to the Florida shores, for DeSantis and his army, you can say, for lack of better words, at the coast, but for DeSantis and his people to essentially have the same type of situation where they're battling the Haitians at the coast. They're battling the Haitians at sea, right? And it looks like complete and utter chaos, to which the Democrats can point at DeSantis and say, look at how horrible and evil of a man that he is. That would actually be a perfect situation for Biden, for him to then point the finger back at Republicans and Democrats and keep the eyes away from him and his past history, which is a very recent history, with Haitian migrants that he shooed away and deported very quickly. Like I said, so much so that even members in his own party, Senator Chuck Schumer, said, hey, man, you need to stop. You got to chill, Biden, because this looks bad for us. Or the Democrat Party was supposed to be the umbrella party, the all-inclusive party, but you're over here deporting Haitians like crazy. When Chuck Schumer has to tap you on the shoulder and the United Nations have to tap you on the shoulder, really says a lot about Biden and what he thinks about Haitians, right? So like I said, once again, in closing, they would love nothing more than for that same type of situation to pan out. But on the coast of Florida, and with Ron DeSantis being at the helm of that, so that the Democrats could then flip it and say, look at how evil the Republicans are, look at how evil conservatives are, and if you let Trump back in office, this is going to happen, but even 10 times worse. So that's what I expect to happen. What I expect is for Biden to completely ignore this situation and leave DeSantis to handle it on his own, I should say. And that does it for this news segment. We'll see how this plays out moving forward. I'm going to keep an eye on this to see if Haitians do eventually crash the shores, and if there is a battle at sea. We'll see moving forward. But with that, I want to thank you all for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, please do the same for Front Black News. Now, moving on, definitely going to be the last topic of the night because it's getting super late here. That's Don Lemonade. We got an update on Don Lemonade getting kicked off of Twitter, now X, by Elon Musk, the musty man himself. So we had covered this on our previous episode, episode 49, one of the part 3s, part 1, part 2, or part 3. I can't remember right now, but it was one of those. So go back and listen to that. But we covered the fact that Don Lemon got fired, who got fired from CNN, reveals that CNN partnership with Elon Musk is canceled during an interview. We'll get right into that. That'll probably be the last topic of the night. Appreciate y'all staying up late with us, and now me, since Lady Che, hit the hay. So we got Don Lemon. Here we go. So this is Lisa again. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera.
Ladies and gentlemen, back in January, Elon Musk offered Don Lemon a contract to be on X and do a show. Well, he did an interview with him, and Elon did not like the interview, so he canceled the contract. So much for freedom of speech. This is why Elon gets criticized for having paper-thin skin. And this man is really ultra sensitive. He doesn't want anything negative to come upon him, but he wants to sit and talk all kinds of crap about other people. It's so typical of someone like him. That's usually how it is. And I now understand why so many people criticize him for that. So I'm going to go ahead and play this video, and I'll be right back with the rest of my commentary.
Goddamn African. You're so bored.
Hi everyone, Elon Musk is mad at me, and I just put out a statement about what happened between him, me, and the interview that he is apparently so upset about.
Lemon posted that video, by the way, and that statement on X. He called his own questions respectful and wide-ranging, but said Musk clearly felt differently. Musk, for his part, says Lemon's interview style, I'm quoting here, lacked authenticity. Lemon interviewed him last Friday and says it's still going to air on YouTube and yes, even on X. Brian Stelter is joining us now. What else do we know? What's up with this, especially some of this reporting that there was some tension during the conversation? What does it mean for a questioner to lack authenticity?
Right. I was told by a source who was in the room for the interview that it was like a bad first date, that these two men didn't gel. There was no good vibe, but that's no reason to cancel a multi-million-dollar partnership deal. Elon Musk, now that he owns X, he wants to turn it into a YouTube alternative. He needs big video creators, and that's why he signed Don Lemon back in January. There was a big splashy announcement on stage saying that Lemon was going to have a show on X and other stars are also going to be on X. And now X has been out there in the marketplace selling these shows to advertisers. But apparently after the interview, Musk did not like it. He texted Don Lemon's agent and said the contract is canceled.
So Musk says Lemon can still put content on X. He can still put stuff on X, but the company's just not going to pay him for that, right? On the one hand, there's this sort of laying claim to free speech. On the other, canceling this agreement over what seems to be a disagreement on content. Here's what Lemon said.
Speaking of free speech, right? I thought the first person interviewed, no brainer, Elon Musk, the man who calls himself a free speech absolutist. I asked him to do it. He willingly agreed to the interview. Apparently, free speech absolutism doesn't apply when it comes to questions about him from people like me.
But Brian, when Elon Musk owns the site, he can platform who he wants, right?
Or deplatform who he wants. That's right. That's why it's so interesting and important to interrogate these powerful people who own these platforms, whether it was Mark Zuckerberg, whether it's Elon Musk. I think in this situation, Musk is proving his critics right. They're proving that he's thin-skinned, erratic, that he's not actually as tolerant of free speech and criticism as he says. But look, we don't really know what happened in the interview yet. I suspect that Don Lemon asked Musk about reports that he'd used illegal drugs in the past. That's a very sensitive topic for Musk. After all, Musk is a government contractor. Government contractors aren't supposed to be using drugs. So we're going to see what's actually in this interview, and that is going to be very telling. At the end of the day, as you said, Musk has all the power here. Musk can cancel whoever he wants, but Musk says the platform's a video-first platform. He wants to be more like YouTube, and in order to become more like YouTube, he needs people to post content. In other words, he needs people like Don Lemon.
Brian Stelter, glad to have you on. Thank you very much for breaking this one down for us, and I appreciate it.
Okay, so you heard he canceled the contract. Well, one thing, and I do agree with Don Lemon on this, he said he's going to put that interview out. He's going to put it on YouTube and, you know, and other platforms, and he should. He should even put it on X.
Yeah.
You know, and it just goes to show you, Elon is all talk. He's full of hot air.
Yep.
You know,
Elon.
And I can see why he ends up in all of the legal turmoil that he gets into. You know, one thing about me, I don't support Elon Musk. I don't buy none of his products.
Either.
I'm not going to buy no subscription out on X. I will not support this man in any kind of way. And my last video on him, he is being sued by 6,000 Black employees for racial discrimination. You damn Skippy, I would never trust anybody like him.
Right.
Nah. So they said the interview got intense. All right. And I understand, but that's not really a legitimate reason to cancel a contract. That seems kind of ultra sensitive. Like Elon seriously can't handle nothing. It really comes off terrible for him.
Right.
But you know, it is his platform. He can give a contract, he can take one away. But I don't know, how do you become a competition to YouTube? And you should want both, you know, opposing opinions on there. You want somebody to be on there to give maybe opinions you agree with and opinions you don't agree with.
Right.
That is what makes a platform interesting.
Right.
If you want something to always be slanted in your direction, then I don't see a lot of growth there for your platform. It's not going to be what you think it's going to be. And, you know, if you're looking for one kind of crowd, I wouldn't recommend that either. You should really have a mixture of a crowd in order for it to be interesting to everybody that comes on the platform. You know, YouTube got both, you know, different kinds of opinions, and I actually like listening to different opinions. I really do. And I'll watch a variety of videos for something and against something, you know, and sometimes people will have thoughts, you know, it may be something you never thought about before. And I think those things are good. But unfortunately, we live in America. And in America, we got a group of people, if you don't agree with them, then they try to stifle your voice and try to hide you because they don't agree with you, instead of letting everybody have their opposing opinions and we just move on with life.
Right.
Because that's what it's all about at the end of the day. We're not going to all see eye to eye on every single subject matter.
Right.
But So what if somebody don't agree with you or don't see things your way? Life, we all have different life experiences, so we're going to all have different opinions.
Right.
That is the way it's going to be. It's never going to change.
Right.
And I just think Elon just looks really bad. He looks like a real softy that can't handle nothing.
Yeah.
You know, so over the years, as you age, you didn't learn how to toughen up, man. Wow, that's really pathetic. You know, I'm no big Don Lemon fan. I was no big Don Lemon fan when he was still on mainstream news.
Right.
But on this one, Elon looks really bad, in my opinion. And I want to see the interview now that he got so hostile that he canceled the contract. I want to see what he canceled it over. Did the questions get too tough for you? You know, in order for him to say, I don't have to answer that question. Yeah, Don must have really brought it to him because he's feeling real sensitive. So y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck Elon Musk. Yeah, you better play it. You better get that interview out there, Don Lemonade. But now it's beyond too late for you to try to be black now. You should have been trying to be black back when Ferguson happened, when he said, "Oh, y'all smoke weed. I smell weed out here." But you can't smell injustice. So now that white supremacy done broken you, now you want to be bigger to be black. Go ahead, go get your money. Elon Musk is a billionaire after all, so he can definitely get paid. And make sure you share that interview out on all the platforms, including X. Lady Che. What are your thoughts? Lady Che has woken up, y'all. Welcome back, Lady Che.
Super sensitive. Sorry for earlier. Within a physical situation, kind of worn out. I was having a real nightmare. I woke up and found out it wasn't true. Thank God. I find that what you're saying is true. I wasn't really caring for Don Lemon. Anyway, I think that he's a mark.
Yeah.
As far as Elon is concerned, I don't really give a fuck about him either.
Right.
Glad that he kind of got. He seemed like one of those wishy-washy crybaby white boys. And so of course he's gonna get his feelings hurt. Doesn't matter what Don Lemon asked in his interview. The fact that he couldn't come to a court, said something. So kind of it's a little dramatic, but Don Lemon should really start getting himself fired.
Right. You get fired on your day off.
Because that's really a bad look in himself.
Yeah.
I was listening to it briefly in and out. It seemed like I was asleep, but I was in and out. I didn't think these Tylenols would kick in, but they had.
Yeah.
That put me down for a little. I think that what you're saying, there, Jesse, was right and exact.
Oh, thank you,
and same thing with Lisa Cabrera. That was her saying in my bedtime sleepings here in the background. I really think that Don Lemon should stop getting his ass fired. It doesn't matter what is going on with Elon, but just like trying to be ass white boy anyway. And him throwing a tantrum and firing Don Lemon just only proves that as well. That the kitchen got too hot. He didn't want to answer or whatever. He doesn't like to be held account.
Yeah.
And Don Lemon got the boot for suggesting stuff. That sounds like
something. He got the boot for going off on Rama Salami.
Yeah, that too. I mean, well,
and telling it was a Nikki or Ann Coulter she was too old.
Nikki Haley.
It was Nimrata.
Yeah.
They said Nimrata was too old to run for office.
Yeah. I mean, and that happens with anybody. Like, if you do that, I would say it's pop boy statements too. You know, would I expect not to be fired? No.
Lady Tay is too raw for TV.
I would think that a little hot boy statements probably justified. And why would they fire me over it was free speech, right? However,
It's only free speech.
it's only free speech when they want it to be free speech.
Exactly.
Yeah. But I get it. But the way this is happening, this is kind of dramatic, and I think that Don Lemon probably thought that he was gonna be extra daring, like it was with Tucker Carlson, but it only works with Elon if you're white. You know what I mean? Then Tucker Carlson can press the envelope.
Yeah.
But you can't, Don Lemon, you're black.
Right. At the end of the day, Don Lemon, you're black.
At the end of the day, Don Lemon, you're black. And you see how they do black people here. And they'll think you're special just because you put some money into it.
You seen that in 2014, but you were too blind to that. You could smell the weed, but you couldn't smell the injustice.
Right. I mean, you should have done better when you standing up and giving motherfucking Vivek the truth.
Yeah.
You should know that. You should have known when they fired your ass. You know what I mean? Just keep that in mind. He deserved the riot. He deserved the fucking racial smackdown. You telling him the truth.
Yeah.
And look how that worked out. You know what I mean? Then you thought you were come over here because Elon's what? You thought he was open-minded? Because come on now.
He's a white supremacist too.
Right. Yeah, just keep in mind, it doesn't matter where he's from or where you think he's from. At the end of the day, he's white and he said so.
Yeah.
And your ass up.
And like I said, his daddy got his fortune off of apartheid.
Right.
In South Africa.
Part of that is the whole other fucking issue in itself.
Okay, well, we're down to the last few topics of the night. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that is Jalon Hill accuses Google. Yes, you did hear this right. Google of racial and diversity bias, despite diversity portrayal.
Mm-hmm.
So Lisa gonna give us the update on this. Shout out to the sister that's suing Google.
Mm-hmm.
You get your money. They're a multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar corporation, and they're being called out for their racism and white supremacy. And rightfully so.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a former Google employee that's suing them for discrimination.
Good.
She said they used her to represent DEI in the company, and at the same time, they were being racist towards her.
Mm-hmm.
Now, she is disabled also. She is deaf. And can you believe, even when a person is deaf, they clearly know they're being discriminated against.
Mm-hmm.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what Google did. You know, it isn't using you and then discarding you. Isn't that the great American way? At least that's what them folks always do.
Mm-hmm.
So, Jalon Hall, Google initial and only Black deaf employee, has filed a discrimination lawsuit against the tech giant, alleging racial and disability-based bias. Despite being portrayed as a symbol of diversity, Hall claims that Google failed to provide reasonable accommodations, leading to significant challenges in her role as a content moderator for YouTube. Jalon Hall's journey with Google commenced in 2020 when she joined the Wolverine team and an in-house moderation team based in a suburb. Now, this suburb area was in Detroit. Initially hired as assurances of sign language interpretation during a hiring process, Hall faced unexpected hurdles. Google allegedly restricted her access to an interpreter, citing confidentiality concerns, severely impacting her ability to fulfill her duties. In December of 2022, Hall filed a discrimination lawsuit against Google, citing discrimination and the prejudice against the deaf and hearing and hard of hearing. So Google responded by seeking a dismissal on procedural grounds, arguing that the claims were brought too late. Notably, the company did not directly address Hall's accusation, leaving room for further scrutiny. Now, they were dismissive, but they did not deny it. Listen, they didn't say she was lying. They did not say, they just said it was too late to bring the claim. They did not say she was lying. Hall's accusation finds support in over 24 internal documents seen by Wired and interviews with colleagues. Despite Google's public image of inclusivity and diversity, Hall's experience shed light on the challenges faced by employees who are Black or disabled within the tech giant. The discrepancy between the company and external image and internal practices become apparent through Hall's case. And you know what? The sad part in all of America, these employees that are causing problems, they will keep those employees and get rid of the victim. And you know what that means, y'all? It means WS is way more important than keeping a good employee. That's what it means. All right. So now she said that the lawsuit highlights two broader issues. Number one, underrepresentation of Black and disabled employees at Google. Yeah, because you know what? When Susan Wojcicki was the CEO, she did admit that Google had a serious diversity problem. Less than 1% of the employees were Black. And that's when she was the CEO.
We covered that too on Front Line Blacc News.
So, so now with approximately, now they got 2.4% of Black women in Google US workforce. They reportedly leave the company at a disproportionately higher rate compared to women of other races. Google's internal culture, often criticized for favoring individuals who conform to traditional tech industry norms, face renewed scrutiny. In other words, conform to them folks' way. If you don't do that, then you will never last in there. So much for being yourself, right? Yeah. So being yourself is not good enough to a place like Google. No. So Hall, she accuses the company of using her in public and online platforms as a representation of a diverse workplace. Despite being praised on LinkedIn and Instagram for her contributions to diversity, Hall insists that Google needs to do better in reality. Google navigates the legal proceedings initiated by Jalon Hall. The case calls for the reassessment of the company's commitment to creating an inclusive workplace. especially for individuals with disabilities. Beyond legal implications, it highlights the importance of bridging the gap between external diversity narratives and internal practices. But you know what? This is not the first time I have heard this from Google employees. It's not the first time. In fact, I think a couple of years ago, they had another lawsuit, and those were a lot of women, and they were Black employees, and they were women, and they filed a suit for discrimination. And it just seems to me it's a pattern of these Black employees, and it's a pattern all over the country. But we're talking about Google right now. It's a pattern of, it's like a revolving door with Black employees. They come and go very quickly. And if y'all remember, at one of the Google locations here in the US, it was a Black man. This man was from Africa, but he was a US citizen and he was working for Google. Some of y'all might remember the story. The Google security guard actually detained him and would not let him leave. He did not want to believe this African man was a Google employee. He showed his badge and everything, and this guard still wouldn't believe him.
Mm-hmm.
He still would not believe this was an employee until he later found out he was indeed. It was confirmed to him that the man was, but because he was a Black man, he didn't want to believe him. And I believe that man went after them legally too, because that was their hired security guard that did that to him. So they've had a lot of internal problems, especially when it comes down to race. And I'm sure this won't be the last. These companies in America have a pattern of doing these things. And then when you call it out, it's you they want to go after and not the person that's causing the problem and causing the company to lose money. No, they don't go after those folks. They go after the victim and try to victimize the person even further. But y'all, you're going to have to tell me what you think about this video. And I hope, Jalon, I hope she wins her case. I really, truly do. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
Yeah, so. Ding, ding, ding. Big surprise. Google is racist just like the rest of them. I'm not surprised about this in the least. I hope the sister gets paid, but they tell me it's too late for her to file. I think she should still go ahead and file it anyway. Just send a clear message to these mugs. Not just treat them Black employees like this. Google, especially if you're trying to honor the DEI shit. But yeah, we know you've been racist forever, Google, just like all the others. That's in Silicon Game Valley. So y'all all need to pay out. So it's just to get her money. We're pulling for you, Jalon Hall. We're pulling for you, sister. All right, so we down to the last topic of the night. Thank God. It's getting super late. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning here. And that is Jacksonville radio host fired after creating and sharing AI-generated photo of the dump as in human shit. They want to make that perfectly clear. Trump with Black voters.
You know, a few days ago, I did a video on these AI photos that Trump supporters were putting up to make it seem like, you know, he was really down with the Black community. Well, he's been fired from his job. So let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's get into it. Get it.
So these AI photos first appeared on Facebook, and then they start spreading like wildfire among Trump supporters. So a Jacksonville-based radio host fired and causes a stir, sharing AI-generated photos of Trump with Black voters. It sure wasn't worth it, was it? So Jacksonville-based radio host Mark Kay has parted ways with Cox Media Group, parent company of WOKV Radio, as he deals with international headlines as he created and shared AI photos of Donald Trump surrounded by Black voters. You know, this is what happens when you try to deceive people. News4Jax was contacted by Cox Media and learned that Kay's separation from the company. They said they parted ways with him prior to knowing about the AI photos, but they eventually did learn about the AI photos. One way to determine if an image is real or not is by looking at the hands and fingers of the person in the photo. Look at the perfect lighting on all of the faces in what appears to be a party setting. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know, they're just telling you things to look for, because yes, sometimes AI is definitely far from perfect. And a couple of times I looked at photos and people would have 7 fingers. I kid you not, 7 fingers. Some will have 6 fingers. Right. And you know, it's all kinds. Sometimes the eyes look weird. You know, that's why I don't use a lot of the AI videos. There's, you know, some that I could use, but I don't, because when you look, the eyes sometimes are cross-eyed, or the eyes are looking in 2 opposite directions. It's weird. So there's a lot of things that need to be perfected about AI before I can really go to that video level. It just looks weird and distorted. Some of the videos do. So there are polls where record number of African Americans are responding to pollsters, and they're interested in supporting President Trump. Does President Biden still hold the advantage? They're saying for now he does, but you sure don't know what it's going to look like when November gets here. News4Jax reached out to Kay for a statement, and he gave no comments, but he said to the BBC, "I'm not a photojournalist. I'm not out here taking pictures of what's really happening. I'm a storyteller." So this is what he said to BBC. "I'm not claiming it's accurate," Kay continued. "I'm not saying, hey, look, Donald Trump was at this party with all of these African American voters. Look how much they love him. If anything, voting one way or another because of one photo they see on a Facebook page, that's a problem with that person." No. All right, here's what I think, y'all. I believe the radio show did know, the radio station, they did know about this, and that's why he was fired. You know, they don't want any connection to anything that is falsified, because him being an employee there, that is a reflection on them. And I just think they're being dishonest by saying that, oh, they didn't know. I believe they did know. It was brought to their attention by the BBC. And he ended up ultimately losing his job by putting out those AI photos, and they got passed around, from what I understand, thousands of times online. So he went out on X, and this is what he posted. And you can see it's dated March 11th, 2024. And the last edit on it was at 7:56 a.m. So he put this out there himself. You can see his name there, Mark K. And he says, number one, I was fired from my radio show. Number two, partied at Mar-a-Lago for Super Tuesday. Number three, was labeled a Trump AI propagandist by the @BBC. Number four, doubled the size of my Patriot network. Number five, added half a dozen new members to my American Conservative Entrepreneurs Society. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know, maybe this will be a lesson learned for him not to falsify pictures and then put it out there and act as though Black voters are falling all over Trump. Some do like Trump and they intend on voting for him, but not all. There are many that would not vote for Trump or Biden and are saying they're going to sit the whole thing out. And of course, you know, you always got your diehard fans. Joe Biden have those, especially in older Black men and women, that it doesn't matter what Joe Biden fails to do or neglect to do, they're going to still vote for him. So, you know, he was trying to, in my opinion, influence how Black voters feel about Donald Trump. You know, and he really doesn't need to do that. Trump is a grown man and he can speak for himself. And you don't have to use deception to get the Black vote. If he is saying things that the community like, then yes, they're going to vote for him. You don't have to do all this deceptive stuff and put AI pictures out there. So y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
Yeah, they are really desperate. Even the Republicans, apparently, they got to put out fake AI generated photos of Trump with Black people. You know, it's election season. They doing stupid shit like this. And like the sister said, Trump ain't offering us nothing either. So y'all go on ahead and vote for the orange man. Us here at Front Line Campaign, Front Line Black News, Revolutionary Agenda, Chicagoans, Black Experience Enhanced. We sitting this one out, Black family, and until there's something tangible on the table for us. We ain't wasting our time with it, but we provide y'all with the news from the front line. Everybody want to be front line until it's time to be front line, and we've been front line since day one. So we're gonna continue that. So appreciate y'all tapping in tonight. Frontline Black News. This is season 3, episode 50, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Make sure y'all check us out tomorrow or later on today, part 2. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X. So, appreciate everybody that tapped in tonight. Our guest, Sista Jedi, Empress, we appreciate you coming on, sharing a story about your son. Hopefully we can get some justice for your son. And shout out to Jay Militant for tapping in. Shout out to Sister Denise Bauer for tapping in. And anybody else that was tapping in and didn't say nothing in the chat. We appreciate y'all. On our way out, make sure y'all hit that cash out. Help Che out. Keep our lights on. There I go. It's done. When we do that, you can get that as well. So we appreciate y'all tapping in. we'll see y'all for part 2 later on today now. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and Black empowerment. Stay black, stay dangerous. Keep your heads on the swivel, Black family. Continue to master the tangible for your vote. Chain Krumah just Paris. Signing out. Peace.